Yes, the organic meat sack is aware some of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore. Okay. I just walked out of the room to get my fucking soda and I didn't grab it. I'll be right back. All right, we'll try that again. So, I apologize. If you're not familiar with the doorway phenomenon is great. It's the way your brain processes information. When you go through a doorway, your brain resets because it's expecting to find a bear or a threat or danger or something. So, I usually have these little stickies because I'm constantly thinking, and I'll write down what I'm going to do. I walked out of the room to go get a soda, and then I was like, oh shit, the laundry needs to be flipped. So I flipped the laundry. I came back in here. I started the show. I reached for the coaster. My brain was like, there's supposed to be a Barks there. So one good thing about the health diagnosis is they've told me that caffeine isn't a problem. I can have caffeine again, which makes me very happy. I was having caffeine anyway. It's not. As you can tell, I have damaged my voice box. I have damaged my vocal cords. I'm not gonna stop doing my show. It's like that meme. If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to fucking kill me. It is what it is. My voice will just be raw. It doesn't sound any worse than normal. I was all excited the other day. I was like, we're gonna get information about the Legend of Zelda movie. And we can all be happy, because how the fuck can we turn... Excuse me. How can we turn the Legend of Zelda movie into anything other than... oh my god, it's fucking the Legend of Zelda. By the way, for those of you that aren't familiar with the Legend of Zelda, Link is the hero, Zelda is the princess. Zelda is not the person running around with the sword. There are actually people mad, right? That, and I'll be the first to say this. I will be the absolute first to admit this. If you show me this person, Hunter Schafer, you show me Hunter Schafer, that's fucking Princess Zelda. I don't give a shit what your views are. I don't care what you think about transgenders. I don't fucking care. That's fucking, this right here, this is fucking Zelda. I don't give a fuck about the politics, the social dynamics, none of it. That's fucking Zelda right there. That's fucking Zelda. Now, this individual is an actress. This individual happened to be born male. This individual, if you actually read their background, their biography, this individual fits all of the boxes for the DSM-5 and the ICD-11, the International Classification of Diagnostics. Yeah, they fit the part, right? You mean they cast a trans actor for Zelda was annoying. They fit the part, they look at, I just care if they can act. I care if they can act, right? Well, it's damn sure chic or whatever when Zelda does the ninja thing. Yeah. Hunter Schafer, who didn't, I mean, Hunter, in my opinion, I'm just gonna say it, Hunter is a non-binary name, right? Hunter is a non-binary name. Women were hunters, men were gatherers, women were gatherers. It's the fucking name Hunter. I don't have an issue with it. I love the way Hunter Schafer is described. Is an American actress and model. She came to public attention. Now, some of the things Nintendo might not have been interested in casting Hunter Schafer for is Hunter Schafer is a legal advocate. right? One of the problems when you attach your name to certain movements, then what you unfortunately are doing is you are putting the developer, the producer, the whoever, the wherever, the whatever, the whyever, into a very difficult position, because are you going to pull a fucking Rachel Zegler, and in between the time the movie finishes shooting and the movie launches, are you going to say some shit? There are a ton of roles where female characters are cast as men intentionally. If people can accept that, I don't think that's a bridge too far. And I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with people not understanding it's not just the look, it's the look, the ability to act, it's also your politics. There is no intimacy in, well, there is intimacy in The Legend of Zelda in the cartoon that was sanctioned by Nintendo years and years and years ago. This is fucking 35 years ago. Link's always trying to get a kiss. He's always trying to get a kiss, and the fairy is always interfering. The fairy is basically Tinkerbell from Peter Pan, always just getting in the way. But we actually are living in a world, right? We're living in a world where the trans mob blasts Nintendo for casting a woman to star in The Legend of Zelda. Holy shit, what sort of diabolical world are we living in where Nintendo decided to cast a woman to play a woman? Well, they should be. It's Japan. Stop saying what they should do. It's Japan. They own the IP. They own the copyright. Now, to give Hunter Schafer a little background. Father is a pastor. Father moved between churches and congregations in New Jersey, Arizona, and Raleigh, North Carolina. Hunter has 3 younger siblings, 2 sisters, and a brother. Right? They started expressing femininity as a toddler. In 7th grade, Hunter came out to his parents as a gay boy. However, she started experiencing gender dysphoria in 8th grade. In 9th grade, she came out as a transgender girl and began transitioning after being diagnosed with gender dysphoria. She also has questioned whether or not she has a non-binary identity. That's this person's personal life encapsulated on Wikipedia. But I like Wikipedia because you have to put a citation for the stuff you put. So I can go to all these citations. I can go to all the interviews where this person has said these things. Now, I wanted to lay the groundwork. I don't have a problem with Hunter Schafer being an actress. I don't have a problem with Hunter Schafer being a model. I think Hunter Schafer would have been a good cast based on appearance for Zelda. I'm actually saying that because I don't give a shit about your politics when we're talking about entertainment. But I do give a shit about your politics when we're talking about politics. Schafer made headlines in 2016 when she became the youngest name listed as a plaintiff on the lawsuit Cancaro versus McCrory against the Public Facilities Privacy and Security Act. The bill prevented trans people from using the bathroom corresponding to their gender identity, instead deciding bathroom usage decided on their assigned sex at birth. Okay. I am all for this compromise. Because remember, a compromise is where nobody is exactly happy, but everybody is kind of happy. I have no problem with this design. The women's bathroom, the men's bathroom, and the open bathroom. Where people have to understand, my problem with this whole transgender and not transgenders, just the transgender bathroom thing. I have granddaughters. I have daughters. If you have a full beard and you're trying to walk into the women's bathroom while my kids are in there, I'm going to confront you. And I'm going to say, hey, janitorial services, there's young ladies in there. I identify as female. I don't give a fuck what you identify as. My kids are in there, you can wait. Just as if my kids are walking to the bathroom and a person with a beard has already walked into the bathroom, I'm going to tell my kids to wait. If they can shut up and market, I don't care. I just don't act like Zegler. Right. And here's where we have a problem. Because the transgenders are being so loud on one side, and for some of their issues, because remember, it's a spectrum of issues. They're so loud about every single fucking issue. I don't care about this issue. I don't care about this issue. I care about bathrooms. Right? I care about bathrooms. I'm gonna show you where a movement being loud all the time about every issue bites you in the ass. You don't want to be loud about every issue all the time. Where's the bathroom bill? Oh no, it's the gender identity fraud.
A proposed bill in Austin now threatens to charge transgender people with, quote, gender identity fraud. If passed, it would become a felony to identify as a gender opposite to what a person was assigned at birth. The bill was filed last week by Republican State Representative Tom Olverson, who represents the Cypress area. State jail felonies are punishable by up to 2 years in jail and a fine of up to $10,000. Trans rights advocates are calling this bill alarming.
Well, it is alarming. It is alarming. The bill makes it a state felony for someone knowingly makes a false or misleading verbal or written statement to a government entity or their employer by identifying their gender differently than their sex assigned at birth. Now, it targets statements to public agencies and private employers. It applies to both written and verbal self-identification. It seeks to criminalize stating a gender that differs from assigned sex at birth. Critics argue it's part of a broader attack on transgender rights, framing it as fraud. What the fuck does Texas not have more important shit to worry about right now? The bathroom is a very vulnerable place, and I would challenge sex crimes happen disproportionately there than most public locations. Well, hold on. Let's find out. Let's look at the location of crime statistics. Believe it or not, according to RAIN, which is a very trustworthy organization. That's not what I wanted. RAIN is the Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network. So this is an organization that basically tracks sex crimes. And according to RAIN, 55% of sexual assaults take place in the victim's home, and 15% in public places. Only a small fraction occur in public restrooms or parking garages. The number is so small that they combine public restrooms and parking garages to be 10%. 55. So no, I would say, if we change what you said to the sex crimes that happen in public, yeah, so of public places specifically, then I would say you're correct. The problem is when there is one event, it gets sensationalist headlined, and then everybody becomes afraid of public bathrooms. So Yeah, without having done the previous research, looking at a survey in Atlanta and Dallas, there's 0 instances of someone who was transgender or cross-gender enter a bathroom and commit sexual assault. The problem is, don't we have more important things to worry about? Like, remember I said the problem with trying to discuss anything is we're all interested in jumping ahead to the second part of the problem, or the third part of the problem, or the fourth part of the problem, or even worse, we're interested in jumping ahead to the solution. But do I care if an individual has a gender that doesn't align with their sex assigned at birth? No, I don't care. Why are we making gender identity fraud a thing in Texas? It's stupid. But what it is it's distraction. It's smoke and mirrors. What we're doing is we're allowing things to become sensationalist. And I'm going to show you an example of sensationalism, because it needs to continue to be talked about, because this is what happens when the world becomes addicted to their phones.
A proposed...
One second. Thank you. So, first one is, I want you to listen to what I'm going to play this clip twice today. This first part of the clip is to just listen to the really alarming part.
I don't really know. I don't know how to start this. I don't know what's going on. I came to TikTok because this is my primary news source, and this is where I get information.
TikTok is your primary news source? The fuck world we living in? TikTok is your primary news source? TikTok is wrong all the time. TikTok is wrong all the time. We're living in a world of social media influencers. Now, where is he? This fucking thing doesn't know how to shut up. Remember, I said it yesterday, I said it Wednesday, I said it Monday, and I said it on my Saturday show. This fucking guy can't shut up.
Thanks for that. Fantastic job. Thankfully, the local police know who I am. On Tuesday, I got swatted. Thanks for that. Fantastic job. Thankfully, the local police know who I am. Pieces of shit. I get constant calls to my cell phone, literally all day, constantly going onto here, screaming stupid shit into the messages. We've gotten tens of thousands of threats to myself and the rest of the team the entirety of the last 3 days. People called the county trying to say that our rescue is an animal horde. Fun to deal with that. I've been called a corporate plant, a narcissist, a nepo baby, and many other words. Very cool for that. Cool movement. And then they attacked all of the accomplishments over my life, despite physical evidence showing that all of those things exist, and saying, oh, well, if you did get them, then they're not that big of a deal in the first place. Then they went after every job I've ever held and said that none of those jobs ever existed, and if I did get it, then I didn't deserve it. On Twitter, deserve it. And then after that, they went after Off-Brand and started hitting all of their games as well, and about them on social media, on Reddit, on Twitter, on everywhere else, and then they started actually attacking them on Steam. So much so that Ludwig had to go put out a message saying, this isn't fair that you guys are doing this, and then people started to reverse those. So I stepped down from Off-Brand Games. I'm no longer working for them because of the attacks that those people did, and it's not
So, let me...
into the messages. We've gotten tens of thousands of threats to myself and the rest of the team the entirety of the last 3 days. People called the county trying to say that our rescue is an animal horde. Fun to deal with that. I've been called a corporate plant.
Well, you've been called a corporate plant. You are a shill. You shill for Ashes of Creation. So there's a difference between being a fan of something and a shill of something. This is the guy that told you, as a reminder, when Ashes of Creation doesn't launch 1 year after Alpha 2 Phase 3 starts, because Thor told you, that's it, folks. It's coming. It's coming in a year.
A narcissist?
You are a narcissist. Just so I want to make sure I show this so that people don't think I don't know what a narcissist is. Give me 1 second. When you teach intimate partner abuse, there's 2 circles. You either have domestic violence, which is intimate partner violence and abuse, or you have the narcissistic cycle of abuse. I think I'm pretty solid at being able to identify narcissistic personality disorder and its subtypes. There's a whole list of subtypes in this book. So yes, you've been called a narcissist because you're a fucking narcissist. You've been called a Nepo baby because you're a Nepo baby. You said it more than 50 times. You are the first, second generation Blizzard employee. Now, I'm not justifying those shitty actions, but there are consequences for your speech and how you use your platform, or try to farm viewers via bait speech. Right, exactly. What were the other ones he said? Oh, let's hear.
Just a Nepo baby in many other words. Very cool for that. Cool movement. And then they attacked all of the accomplishments.
So, you're an influencer. You're a social media person. I'm not saying death threats are cool because I've gotten them. I'm not saying death threats are cool. My kid has gotten them. I'm not saying doxing people or swatting them is cool. I don't particularly like Thor. I think Thor is a representation of a terrible content creator who needs to go back to doing what his lane was. You had a bad take. I watched both of his videos on the Stop Killing Games movement. The interesting thing about that is I talked at length about the Stop Killing Games thing. I talked at length about it. And nobody here, like, I offended a couple of people because I got the nasty grams from them after the show. But I said almost the same thing that Thor said. But because I know how to present an argument, right? I did a video on it. It got like 10,000 views, right? I go down and I talk about the bigger risks. Like right here. Thor and I say almost the same thing. If studios get punished for shutting down a $60 product, they'll stop selling $60 products. They'll move to subscriptions, 3-month bundles, access licenses, and that's not a better outcome. The movement's heart is in the right place. If it wants to actually protect players, it needs to be sharper. I was critical of the Stop Killing Games movement, and I didn't catch that much hate because I didn't say stuff like, and if you don't agree with me, you can eat my entire ass, right? And I actually took the article and I went other directions with it. And then when somebody challenged me on it, I wrote an addendum. What an absolutely terrible video. Even if you wanted a proposal for more transparency, you'd still end up going through the same motions to see if it was possible in the first place. Yeah. I understand that. But the Stop Killing Games initiative, right, was not a look-see. The Stop Killing Games initiative has proposed legislation. Even the fans, the followers, the diehards of the Stop Killing Games movement don't understand it. Ross Scott doesn't understand what he's done, or maybe he does and he doesn't care. What you've done is you've gotten a initiative signed, and the EU will consider the initiative as written. Everybody's like, oh, it's just to get the lawmakers. Fuck, no, that's not how that works. Ross Scott's own website talks about how they've already sat down with members of the EU, and they've been told it's going to be up to the member states. If that is the case, then what should have happened is people should have thought about what the outcome is going to be. Ross Scott should have reached out to people and said, is there any lawyer who can donate their time to proof check this to make sure I'm not proposing a bad thing? But now you've gotten it signed, it's going to be reviewed, and as I've said on my show multiple times, you're going to get what you want, but you're not going to want what you get. First of all, they're going to dismiss it. They're not. It's not a fat enough fish right now. Ukraine is basically, Russia is threatening to go to war with like all of Europe. That's where the fucking lawmakers' attention is. You've got multiple member states of the EU right now have massive immigration problems. You think they're going to give a shit about video games? But what Thor's not understanding is, I saw somebody say it. Yeah, it's not only the Stop Killing Games motion, it's the entire WoW debacle. He never stops talking. Like, take a week off. The way you break a media cycle is, there's two ways to break a media cycle. You either stop it here, or if it gets through to a second day and a third day, go the fuck away for 7 to 10 days. Go the fuck away for 7 to 10 days and let it blow over. There's always going to be people who bring it up, but when they bring it up, you just ignore it. But this is where social media influencers are becoming such a dangerous part of our society. Let me show this one. Where's Omar? I want you to listen to this beginning piece and tell me where this guy loses your vote. So just listen to how this AI narrator tells you about this candidate. And as soon as you hear something that alienates you, put it in chat.
The new Minneapolis mayor candidate, Omar Fateh, now wants to raise the minimum wage to $50 and ban Trump from the city.
I'm excited to announce today that I'm running for mayor of Minneapolis.
And with that, another candidate joins the race for Minneapolis mayor. Minnesota DFL State Senator Omar Fateh announced his candidacy at City Hall Monday. Fateh is the first Somali American to serve in the state Senate and describes himself as a longtime advocate for working people.
The new Minneapolis mayor candidate and current state senator Omar Fateh now wants to raise the minimum wage to $50, freeze the rents, and ban Trump from being able to do anything in the city. Omar would be the first Muslim and Somali mayor if elected to run Minneapolis. This situation in Minneapolis has garnered controversy online. Commenters claimed that it's time to move out of Minnesota and that Minnesota voters have completely destroyed the city and their state. But what do you think about the situation? Do you think Omar would be a good fit to run Minneapolis? Let me know your thoughts on him down below.
Okay. $50 an hour? That's not even his fucking platform. No, you can't ban somebody from visiting a city. You can't ban the president of the United States from visiting a city. He's the fucking president of the United States. You can't ban him. $50 an hour? That's not even his platform. That's what pisses me off most of all. Yeah, people are thinking he'll be a crappy mayor because he's from Somalia. People are going to think he's going to be a crappy mayor because he's Muslim. What do those things mean? He wants to raise the city's minimum wage to $20 an hour. by 2028, he wants to raise it over the course of multiple years. Why are we worried about raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour over the next 3 years since inflation has been running rampant? He wants to raise it by $4 an hour over a few years. Entice higher paying sectors worked for Silicon Valley. No, it didn't work for Silicon Valley because Silicon Valley didn't raise the minimum wage. Silicon Valley brought everybody together into one section of California by the companies deciding to pay competitive wages. There's a difference between companies paying a good rate and minimum wage. California minimum wage is $16 an hour. So, yeah, to get companies in, but the way you get companies in and the way you get workers in is different. Yeah, not raise it to draw them in. You're right. But the people that, like, when they open the Boeing factory here, the Boeing factory isn't paying minimum wage. Yeah, you do tax. You're right. You do tax cuts to bring in businesses. Like, people constantly say, why are we giving big businesses tax cuts? Well, because it's real simple. If this is the county dividing line, and on one side, we'll just say this is Bond County, and this is Cook County. If they're willing to give this company a tax break for 10 years to put their factory there, and they're not, the company has zero reason to not put it there, because they're gonna get a tax break. They're gonna get incentives. What is Minneapolis's main industry? If they do have primary high tech, it might work since it's local and won't affect nationwide inflation. Well, that's a great point, but nationwide inflation is mostly because we have nationwide chains. That's a great question. Let's see. Manufacturing, healthcare, and professional business services. So Minneapolis actually does produce medical devices, computer software, and recreational equipment. Yeah, they're med tech. Yeah, they're a major employer in the city. But here's what's so dangerous about social media influencers. Social media influencers say something, and some of you got turned off right away. Yeah, those people are already above minimum wage. Those people already make more than minimum wage. That's what people don't understand. You have people that are like, we need to raise the minimum wage for all the workers. As I've said many times, when you raise the minimum wage, jobs that are already making above the minimum wage are going to ask for more money. In my state, you have a paramedic. Paramedics were making $12 an hour and getting $9 a call, which sucks because if you sit in the rig all day and you don't do anything, you make $12 an hour. It's an easy job, 3-person crew. One of you stays awake to listen to the radio, the other 2 of you can nod off. It's also really nice on the days where you're getting a bunch of calls because right by the airport, somebody tripped over a piece of luggage and they want an ice pack. Well, you show up, you give them an ice pack, get their paperwork. That's an extra $9 that hour. Yeah, that inorganic raise diminishes the compensation of non-entry level jobs, except certain non-entry level jobs then turn around and say, well, if they got a raise, I want a raise. Otherwise, I won't do this job that comes with inherent risk. I'll go do that job. You have a lineman making $21 an hour. There's inherent risk to being a lineman. You start paying everybody else $20 an hour. That lineman is going to say, well, now I want 28. When were paramedics making $12 an hour? Are you from Chicago? Why does it matter to you? What, do you need to go feverishly type on Google? You know paramedics work for private companies, right? You know paramedics still don't make massive amounts of money, right? So what's the point? Because I'm done treating you specifically with kid gloves. I'll go flip burgers for $20 an hour instead of high-risk line work for $21 an hour. Exactly. My son-in-law was fully trained as a lineman, but was getting jerked around. And so he said, fuck it, I'll go be a firefighter. Every paramedic you've met hates their job. Yeah, they all hate their fucking jobs. They all hate their jobs. Because one of the biggest problems is people don't understand when you call 911, you won't always get the fire department ambulance. Because you wanted your taxes lower, so the fire department has one ambulance. If it's already out on a call, you get MedStar. And MedStar is a private company. MedStar generally pays you a low, and I wish Carthos may pop in and I'll ask him when he gets here, because he's got the same experience. MedStar is like $12 an hour. And then when you go on a call, you get 9 more. It sucks. Yeah, you like helping the people. Your sister's a paramedic at a local hospital and makes $50K. Congratulations. Does your sister represent anecdotally the entire country? So what's your point? And what is your sister? Is she a paramedic? Is she an EMTB? What is she? And by the way, if your sister's at a hospital making $50K a year, the fuck does it matter? How many years has she been doing it? So, just so we can break this down. Ready? Your sister makes $50K a year divided by 2080 equals $24 an hour, which kind of an awful lot looks like that rate when you work for MedStar. So holy shit, if the numbers that I talk about from 20 years ago don't line up. Holy fuck, man. Are you like a masochist? Do you just like coming to this channel so that every time you try to play gotcha, every time you try to play Stump-a-Chump, I can make you look bad? Because $50,000 a year is $24 an hour, which is actually less than what I would be making now if I had done that job for 20 years. So, now that I've stopped the bus once for you today, we can move on. Actually, I'll do that too. So the median salary for paramedics now, right, is $53,000 a year. So, amusement parks and arcades, their hourly for their paramedics is $24. That's the average, because these are averages. So your sister makes less than the median, or the mean, because the mean is $57,000. So what? $24 an hour in North Carolina, but $33 an hour in California. $21 an hour in West Virginia. And that's the mean, which means there's people making less than that. So, you obviously have demonstrated your ability to Google. You should start Googling before you talk. But yeah, we want to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. That's a long way from $50 an hour. And yet, social media people are making out this thing about the mayoral candidate. What does it matter if he's Somali? What does it matter? Is he American? Yes or no? That's all I need to know. All I need to know. Is he an American citizen? He's an American citizen? Great. That's all I need to know. If we want to stop racism in this country, and I'm going to show you
New Minneapolis mayor.
I'm going to show you an example of fucking blatant racism. And this is why we can't fix any of the problems.
Yeah, I am racist.
Are you serious? Or are you?
100%.
So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No, I don't. I grew up in the South. I live in North Carolina, and it's just like the worst thing to be, really.
Isn't it? Should we be judging people based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin?
No, you need the color of skin is very important.
It is important.
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why I'm talking to people about this, you guys, really quick. By the way, do you agree with her?
Yes, she does. I have a black son. I don't want my son come home with no white woman. At all. He know better.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
And he's not allowed to date.
He could date who he want, but they can't come in my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby, grandchild. That's what I want.
Yeah.
But other people could do whatever they want to do.
Really quick, do you mind if I one more question? The reason why I'm asking this question is because there's a recent poll that was released, and it asked that question: do you agree or disagree with that statement? It is okay to be white? Only 53% of Black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that surprise you or no?
No. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You seem to disagree with her.
I feel like it's not okay to be racist,
It is okay to be racist.
but white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people has put that foundation down, and it's just normal.
I'm scared of it. To tell you the truth. I'm scared of it.
Are you scared of me?
What the fuck world are we living in? That's my question. What the fuck world are we living in right now? 47% of blacks that were asked if it's okay to be racist or if it's okay to be white said no. But you know that woman, you know for a fact that woman would be the first one screaming at the top of her lungs if something racist happened to her. Be like, yeah, but you reap what you sow. If you're racist and people treat you badly, right, then where's the problem? I think we should treat everybody equally. We should also treat others as we want them to treat us. That if I saw anybody on the side of a road, I'll stop and I'll be like, do you need help? I carry a T-bar in my truck for loosening lug nuts. I used to stop all the time. And now one of the times I stopped, I got screamed at. I don't need help from no. You can fill in the rest. I fucking just drove off. About 45 minutes later, I had to drive back into town. They're still on the side of the road. 45 minutes later, when I'm driving back home, they're still on the side of the fucking road. And you see a guy has shown up now in a second car. And he's there with that little stupid long bar that can't break off lug nuts. And I'm like, yeah, I'm betting you he wishes that you hadn't fucking screamed at me. I'm betting you when he's standing there in the light rain, he wishes he had a T-bar, which I happen to have, but you fucking screamed at me. People get offended about everything. And it's not just a certain subset of black people. Certain subsets of everybody get offended really easily. We fucking need to stop. Half the population is pretty racist regardless of skin color. Yeah. Someone just stole your package off your porch at 6 a.m. The problem is no communal trust in today's society. Right. As I played on Wednesday, if you break into my house and try to steal my stuff and I shoot you dead, that doesn't mean that I value my stuff more than your life. It means you valued my stuff more than your life. We've got racism, we've got sideways racism, we've got reverse racism, we've got racism all the fuck around, right? And what's fucking terrible about it is that we've bought into this idea, right? We've bought into this idea that freedom of speech means you can say whatever you want, whenever you want, to whoever you want, and there's no consequences. Ohio woman loses job after writing racist note on a receipt restaurant. A woman has been fired from her job after leaving a racist note. 0, you suck. I hope Trump deports you. Well, that's fucking embarrassing. We are aware of the situation with the agent in question. Hate has no place within 21st Century Brand. We're taking this very seriously. After investigating the situation and connecting with the respective broker, as of companies affiliated with Century 21 brand are independently owned and operated, we can confirm that this agent is no longer affiliated with the brand. Yeah, claims the credit card was stolen. I've lived in Ohio. Them some racist fucks. Not all of them. Them some racist fucks. Now, yeah, that's career suicide. If you have a derogatory opinion, keep it to your damn self. I can't police your thoughts. This isn't Minority Report. I can't control your thoughts, but you can control your words. People don't believe me when I say this. I didn't know any black people growing up that I didn't see playing for the Chicago Bulls or the Chicago White Sox. I didn't meet my first black person till I was 13 years old. I went to an Irish Catholic grade school in the Irish neighborhood. And we had some Poles, we had some Germans, and then we finally got our first Hispanic, which was weird because she was Hispanic with an Irish last name. But it was cool. In 8th grade, I got my first follower of Islam, Saudi Arabian. Didn't have a black person. I went to an Irish Catholic school. When I went to high school, school of 1,200 people, about 8 black guys in it. Why? Tuition was expensive. Went to a private high school. One of my greatest friends from freshman year until junior year when he graduated was a junior named Rob. I met him. He was a great guy. Come to find out, his dad was military. I think that's why rural people tend to be more racist, because they never met any. Probably. The problem is when you have a society that allows freedom of speech. You have a society that creates inequality under the eyes of the law. There was a comedian, who was Bill Burr. Bill Burr is a great comedian. I'm gonna see if this is.
Notice black.
Yeah, here. I'm gonna play Bill Burr's clip.
People have the genius to put the curse word after they say the race of the person. We're white dudes, we always put it in front. And if we would just make that little adjustment, we could save so many careers. Black people have the genius to put the curse word after they say the race of the person. We're white dudes, we always put it in front. And if we would just make that little adjustment, we could save so many careers, so many jobs could be saved in the white community if we would just put it after. You never notice that in conversation here, black guy being like, man, I was standing there, this Asian motherfucker came in, he starts talking about, you don't even hear it. You're just sitting there, oh, what did this Asian motherfucker do? I would love to hear the rest of this story, right? Dude, I would tell the exact same story, right? I'm standing there, right? This fucking Asian comes in, right? Everybody's all like, whoa, hey, easy, Jesus, dude. What year is it, you know? It's like, I just said what he said. I just preempted the fuck. That's all I...
This is where we have the... I believe the comedians are the modern day philosophers. If you think about those two... if you think about those two statements, this Asian motherfucker, now Asian is an adjective. Now we're talking about a dumb motherfucker. This Asian motherfucker walked in and started yelling at me. Go on. But if you say this motherfucking Asian walked in, now you've turned motherfucking as the adjective and the Asian is the derogatory noun. Didn't Abe Lincoln run his second campaign on deporting the free slaves in order to avoid a racial divide in the U.S.? Not that I know of. I don't believe so. That would be he supported the idea of colonialization. He supported the idea of voluntary relocation, right? And that's where Liberia comes from. But no, while he ran on the, it wasn't a cornerstone of his platform. But no, I mean, you got to look into the history of Liberia, which is where people think that the first American president was black. He wasn't. It was a white dude, but a black guy with the same name was a senator in Liberia. He did say you were brought here illegally. Your ancestors were brought here illegally. Where can we put you? Where can we move you to so that you feel like that we haven't oppressed you? But you got to remember, people that don't study their history don't realize that Abraham Lincoln wasn't even running on the idea of freeing all the slaves when he was running for office. Lincoln's famous quote, and I'll paraphrase it, "If I can preserve the Union by freeing none of the slaves, I will do that. And if I can preserve the Union by freeing some and not others, I will do that." Right. Lincoln was still of the mind that the emancipation and deportation was the key to a peaceful United States. He supported a bill that provided money. He was all about the voluntary relocation, but again, because people want to take the Reader's Digest version of it. Lincoln didn't want to send anybody out of the country that didn't want to go. He wasn't like trying to round them all up and ship them to Liberia. He was about, if you want to leave, we can fund that. But that wasn't how it was at the beginning. At the beginning, the only free slaves were in the North. But see, those things about Lincoln, to be expanded under the direction of the president to aid the colonialization settlement of such free persons now residing in the district, including those to be liberated by this act, as may desire to immigrate. Yeah, those that want to leave to Haiti or Liberia or such other country beyond the limits of the United States. Right. It's not that we're not going to deport them. We're going to help them. Yeah. And would it have been a good idea? Yeah. Would America be a lot less hostile of a place if that had happened? Yeah. But now we've got people, like we talked on Wednesday a lot about education in America. And education in America, it's funny to me that people that don't do any fucking research, right? People that don't do any research want to be offended about things. For example, people are like, what are we going to do with the Federal Department of Education closes? Then all these people are going to be discriminated against. The Federal Department of Education tells and mandates to schools what they have to do, but then they only provide 40% of the funding, and well, they only are obligated to provide 40% of the funding, but most of the time the federal government's only giving 13% of the total cost, 13 to 15%. So what that looks like is this. You have a student who, under IDEAS, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, this person needs an aid. And the aid is going to cost $40,000 a year. And so what's supposed to happen there is the federal government is supposed to give $16,000 to that school for that aid. And then the school district is responsible for $24,000 of it. But here's the problem. That $40,000 for this student is only the cost of their aid. If that district is spending $30,000 per student, now that district has to spend $70,000 for one student. The problem with fair and equal is that it needs to be fair. That student needs an aid, so that's fair, but it's not equal. Because if you're spending $70,000 on one student, why aren't you spending $70,000 on my student? The other part comes in is where the federal government is supposed to pay $40,000 of that. They end up only giving the school about $6,000 because they historically deliver about 15% of the money. So that means the school district is now out $34,000 because somebody filed a complaint, and the federal government, without a federal investigator, without understanding shit, came in and made a ruling that this individual needs an aid, and the school says, well, that's great. We literally can't afford it. I think we need to change the way that works. If you tell a school district, if the school district says we don't think that person needs an individualized aid, we think the room aid is more than sufficient, and the federal government says, no, we've decided little Jimmy needs a personal aid, then the federal government should say, and here's $40,000, because that's the going rate for an aid in your area, and we're going to pay for it. See, it's easy to tell a school district what they have to do when you're not even paying what the law says you'll pay. Yeah, if you pay, you get a say. I've worked special education. Working special education sucks. Because every parent is up your ass, and you're like, look, man, I have kids across a range of abilities. What do you want from me? You send work home for the parents to do with their kid. I had a parent of a special education student say, I'm not doing any education at home. Luckily, they sent it to me in an email. Dear Mrs. Smith, in order for you to help your child, I'm going to send you the entire month's worth of curriculum so that you can help little Johnny not fall behind. Message back. I'm not going to do any schoolwork at home. Okay. But 6 months later, when the IEP review came up, well, my son's getting Fs. Yeah. Your son is falling behind. What do you want me to tell you? Well, you need to do more. No, you need to do more. I send you the entire curriculum for the month, and you constantly send back, you're not doing homework at home. Sorry. I have 29 other students in this classroom. I'm trying to teach to an aggregate. I had parents complain to me once. I had 3 brilliant students. During most of the day, I had my classroom set up so that here's obviously the front of my classroom. Here's my chalkboard, my presentation board up here. And my desk was kind of over here because I kind of had my students this way. I had them lined up like this. Except my top 3 students basically sat at a round table in the back of the room. The only way that I could teach to a middle aggregate was to pull these 3 out of the routine shit I was doing, give them harder work, and then teach to the front of the class for the other 27 students. I would say any 504 accommodation students should have a dedicated academic aide. Not necessarily. Like my daughter is deaf, and her 504 accommodation was simple. She has to be able to carry her cell phone because her cell phone controls her hearing aids. So she didn't need an aid. I think what you're getting at is that a 504 accommodation that mandates an aid should come with the money for the aid. But then here's the problem with that. What does a 504 aid do when they're given work that's not for the student to which they're assigned? And that happens. The 504 student doesn't come to school that day. What does the aide do? Well, the aide is being paid to take care of that student. Yeah, longer testing times, curated homework, that stuff. But where we run into another problem, why is it every parent that finds out about an IDP suddenly wants to get their kid on an IDP? Because God forbid your kid actually be held to a standard. You get kids that are like, well, Susie is reading at the 3rd grade level and she's in 7th grade. Oh, well, she needs a special education plan. No, you need to take Susie's ass to the library and you need to sit and read with your kid for an hour a day. Then when you say that to the parent, like the parents will say, oh, I'll agree to that. And then you ask Susie, be like, did you read with your mom last night? Yeah. What page are you on? 17. Wish it was like that when I went to school. It was like that when you went to school. I that's exactly how it was. That's what the law said. Because I know you're younger than me, and IDEA was passed in 1975. So, who didn't advocate for you? The other problem we have, how old are you? Because the last time we talked, you gave an age. So how old are you? Well, the last time we had this conversation, okay, then dumb motherfucker, let me help you out, dumb shit. You're 40. You're fucking younger than me. You're a lot fucking younger than me. You're half a decade younger than me, you dumb fuck. You're so fucking dumb you can't do 46 is bigger than 40. Why the fuck do you have to be an argumentative asshole about everything? You literally said, no, I'm not. You told me how old you were in a previous show. I'm a streamer that pays attention to my audience. You're a viewer that doesn't pay attention to the streamer. So why the fuck are you arguing with me about empirical data? 46 is older than 40. You were born in 1985. You were born 10 years after the IDEA Act went into effect. So what the fuck do you have to say for yourself now? What? Oh, nothing. Gotcha. See, man, I told you on Wednesday, I got put into a BD school for falling asleep in class because of health issues. Nope, not going that way either because you said you have sleep apnea and sleep apnea doesn't make you tired during the day. You fell asleep in school, but you've already tried that bullshit here. You've tried saying that sleep apnea makes you tired during the day to a person that has sleep apnea on their disability form. So, what else? Millions of kids across the country have sleep issues. They manage to stay awake during school. What else you got? I told you on Wednesday to roll your ass in front of a mirror, look yourself in the face, and realize you are your biggest problem. I'm gonna say it again just for you, because nobody has ever done this for you in your life. It's readily apparent. You are your greatest enemy. You are your own greatest enemy. You are the reason for your inadequacies. You are your reason for your failures. You are your reason for why you feel you can't get ahead. You are the fucking brick in front of your wheels. That's it. Yeah, I fell asleep in class all the fucking time and the teacher didn't care because the teacher would be like, "Are you feeling okay?" I was like, "This shit's boring." In college, my first semester, I'd taken all of my tests in the testing center by the middle of September. One of the professors said, "Since you're already done with all the tests, I won't make you come to class anymore." Attendance was worth 10% of our grade. I got an A in the class. I did all the reading by the middle of September. I took all 3 tests. Teacher's like, "High five, I'll see you next semester for part 2 of this class." I said, "Is part 2 just like this, 3 tests in the testing center?" He said, "It's 2 tests in the testing center and 1 paper." Beginning of the next semester, I said to him, "If I turn the paper in, will you cut me the same deal?" He's like, "Yeah." Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop being wrong all the goddamn time. My parents had to get a lawyer to get me out of the BD school. And what? And what? You should have been in the BD school. You were falling asleep in class. Why should a teacher have to deal with your ass? I'll frame it myself. I was a teacher. Why should I, as the teacher, have to babysit you? I'm not there to be a babysitter. And this is one of the biggest problems in education. We got to change some words around. Why is teacher a noun derived out of an active verb, but student doesn't have an active verb in it? If you're going to school, you are not a student. You are a learner. The action, the accountability is on you. I'll tell you right now, a kid falls asleep in my class. The first time I'm going to ask him, "What's up? What's the story? What's going on?" The second time it happens, if I didn't like the answer I got the first time, I'm just going to kick him out of my class. Because I got 29 other students I got to be worried about. Your parents had to get a lawyer to get you out of the BD school. How'd you end up in the BD school without an IEP? Falling asleep in class? I highly doubt that was the only reason. The attitude you reflect at age 40 is probably the same piss poor attitude you've had your whole life. One of these shows not long ago, you said you can't work because you're disabled because you have sleep apnea and you fall asleep during the day. Great. Here's a prescription for a CPAP machine. That fixes that problem. Next. Anyway, where was I? Oh, education. Here's the problem we have now in education. We are starting to fall into this critical race theory thing. Critical race theory is not an educational framework in and of itself. It's an academic framework for law schools. So for anybody that's not familiar with critical race theory, right? Critical race theory argues that racism is not just on the individual, but a systemic failure of society. According to CRT, racism is embedded in the legal system. And that is true. That is correct, right? Mostly second monitor content while I work. Good stuff. Critical race theory is absolutely true. But it doesn't need to be argued or taught. It needs to be fixed. You cannot have a group of people that complain that their neighborhoods are unsafe and then at the same time say you're over-policing us. I'm gonna show an Asmongold video because Asmongold videos, when Asmongold is on point, he's on point. Where the fuck is he? Oh, here he is.
They're getting rid of McDonald's in Chicago.
There'll be lots of McDonald's locations nearby. Check out all those golden arches. But one by one, you can see most have disappeared.
I think that would be a question
Why
for
would this
McDonald's.
happen?
Oh, we asked them, but got an appreciate you reaching out reply.
It seems like...
Because they don't want to say the reason why they're leaving. The reason why you're leaving is you don't want to have a vendor in a PvP zone. That's the reason why. It's so obvious. I took this girl was from Canada, and she grew up in China. And I took her to Whataburger, and she wouldn't even sit inside of the lobby. She was standing outside while I ate my food because she was afraid of the potential PvP situations that could occur inside of the lobby from the various NPCs that were there.
We're so caught up on fucking critical race theory, right? Is the answer investing in more social work versus policing? No, the answer can't be one or the other. But the answer is this, and I'm gonna oversimplify, and we can dig into any silo. We have got to stop this idea of subsidizing.
They're getting rid of McDonald's in
families when they're broken homes. Right? We are subsidizing broken homes. People literally have this opinion.
It is the taxpayer's job to pay for my kids to eat and for my kids to be taken care of.
No, it's not. It's not my job to pay for your fucking kids. My job to pay for your kids has a very definitive starting point. And this is the starting point that not minority people, fucking poor people don't want to hear this. My obligation to pay for your kids begins when Child Protective Services takes your kids from you. That's when my obligation begins. When you, the bad actor, when you, the negative influence, when you, the fucking shitbird that has 8 kids from 5 dads, are out of the picture, then that's where my obligation to children begins. Your kids are at the school, my obligation is to feed them. Your kids are with you, your obligation is to feed them. If we started, right, I can fix this problem really simply. Really, really simply. Every state in their 5 largest demographic areas with people on benefits, you're going to be like, let's vote this guy for president right now after this idea. Each state, maybe some of the smaller states don't need 5. You build a building where all the restrooms are on the inner column of the building, so nobody needs to go like out a door or anything, right? You just have a really big fucking room with tables. And men, women, men on this side of the room, women on this side of the room, because this isn't the fucking hookup time. This isn't the hot spot. This isn't the round robin dating. If you're on benefits, you report to this building every day. You report to this building every fucking day. Every motherfucking day you have to come to this building. And you have to be here within 20 minutes of your kid's school start day. You will not be let out until 20 minutes before your kid's school day ends. You're on benefits, you sit your ass here all day, every fucking day. And right here, in the top of the room, we have a cell phone jammer. Over here, we'll have some apply for job workstations. We'll have people in there to help you read. We'll have people in there to help you fucking fill out applications. We'll have people in there to help you fucking design a resume. You'll get fed here. You will get a fucking lunch. We will feed you. But you will bring your ass to fucking this building every single goddamn day. And every fucking day you don't show up, that's part of your pay, that's part of your benefits that you're not getting paid that week. Oh, I have a doctor's appointment. Cool. Who's your doctor? There's the form. The form. What time did this individual arrive? What time was this individual's appointment finished? Or what time was this individual's appointment? What time did they arrive? What time was the exam finished? I don't want to know what they were there for. I don't give a shit. I don't want to know that. By the way, give this to your doctor's office. They have to fax it back to us. It's on you to make sure they fax it back to us. I guarantee you doctor's offices would have no fucking problem with doing that, because if it helps society, it's going to be great. Imagine if every person, well, I'm disabled and I can't get there. Okay. No problem. If you're that disabled, you would have already had a disability exam. Yeah, it might need a little tweaking, but overall the concept is great. You show up, I can't read. Great, we're gonna teach you to fucking read. We will teach you to read. All right, ladies and gentlemen, both sides of the room, if you can turn your chairs to face the top wall. It is Friday at 11:19. In 10 minutes, I will be doing your 40-minute financial literacy presentation. I know some of you have been here a bunch of times. You've already seen this. Just pay attention. You might learn something new the second time around. Imagine if people had to go to a place to collect their benefits. They'd get off fucking benefits. Because now it's not sit at home and eat fucking Cheetos and jerk off all day while smoking weed. Now it's, you have to get up. Hey, you're a welder, right? Yeah, why the fuck are you here? I've got 15 welding jobs. Yeah, your mom was on welfare in Ohio. She had to work 20 or so hours a week for them. And everyone's making a big deal about they want you to work 80 hours a month to keep your benefits. I would love to be able to work 80 hours a month. I would love to have a job. But as you can see how I get with people being stupid when they're not in the room with me, you could only imagine how I'm going to respond when people are stupid in person with me. It's like, I can't stand people that wallow in their own self-pity. And that's what most people, it's like, get a fucking boot up your ass and do something. We're busy talking about critical race theory in schools. How are you presenting a law school framework, right, to kids? First of all, the only kids that are going to understand what you're talking about in CRT are the kids that are living it, and they don't need to be told that America's racist. They're experiencing racism every day. We have the idea that laws and institutions are neutral or colorblind. We all know that's bullshit. But here's what's funny to me. And this is where the argument falls apart. There have been attempts to have black police officers police black areas to try to improve the community outreach. Does anybody have a wild guess at how the black officers are treated when they have to make arrests of black individuals? Apparently, black men and women can't become police officers because it makes them race traitors to some people. So you don't want the white guys to come into the neighborhood to police it because the laws aren't colorblind. But when black police officers come into the same neighborhood, then they're race traitors or they're Uncle Toms. But if no police are in the neighborhood, you're marching and having rallies, protesting outside City Hall, and then on your way back, you loot and rob. And if we put all the police in your neighborhood and we try to arrest all the people, then you're talking about how we're breaking up the family. But when we check this guy's record, he's not married. We check this guy's record, he's not married. So what family are we breaking up? Who has a functioning welfare system that produces higher socioeconomic status? Nobody. Nobody does. Because an interesting thing that I've talked to people my whole life, and yes, I will put the disclaimer on this. It's anecdotal evidence. When I was in the military, my TI came over to me. I was older, I was 24. And my TI came over to me and he's like, you need to learn to slow down when you eat. He was cool. He talked to me like a person. And I said, sir, he's like, because if you're ex-military, you know how it works in the chow hall, right? So we'll just say 2 rows. It's more than this, but we'll say it's 2 rows. So you got all the guys come to the first table, they sit and they start eating. Then all the guys come to the second table. Then all the guys come to the third table. And all the guys come to the fourth table. And when the guys get to the 5th table, you're done here. You have to be done. Because you have to stand up and leave. Because the next table's gonna sit. They gotta get this table washed. Because very quickly, right, as soon as this table sits, the next group of guys coming have got to have places to sit and eat. And it takes about the amount of time of 12 people coming through to get the table cleared and prepped. But the flaw with that is as soon as this person is done eating, you're not allowed to loiter. So as soon as you're done eating, you have to stand, your whole table has to stand, and everybody has to get the fuck out. Well, that means my pace right here dictates the eating pace of all these people. My TI came, you need to learn to eat slower. Okay. So I tried. I couldn't eat slower. My TI came, and he's like, I told you to eat slower. I said, sir, that is eating slow for me. Because in my house, when you were done, if there were seconds available, the first people that got done were hungry. They got seconds. So finally, my TI, a bunch of times, would come over, and he would just have a tray, and he would just scrape more food on my plate. He'd give me more food to eat, because I was a skinny little fuck. I was like 127 pounds. But I noticed that a lot of people, over my years in the military, you can always tell the people that came from some hardships, because they eat fast, because eating is a luxury. You also notice a lot of people eat slow, because they've never been hungry a day in their life. I know all kids are going to say, I'm so hungry. You're not hungry. Your belly's making some noise. Starving starts on the first day of the second week. We have scholarships and stuff, people. Yeah, but that's not, when you say who has a functioning welfare system that produces higher economic status, it needs to produce higher socioeconomic status on the whole. Anybody on welfare, you got the singletons that do better. But on a whole, we don't. For example, colleges give a 4-year scholarship to an inner city student for all the good publicity. But if you track that student, more than 50% of them fail out in the first year of college. You have a kid who can barely read at the 7th grade level and you take him to a top tier university. For those of you that haven't attended university, it's not uncommon to get 100+ pages of reading per class in between each class. So there was a very specific reason why you get a lot of people that'll start designing their college schedule with weird fucking ideas in mind. I don't want to take classes that are early. That was my schedule in college as often as I could swing it. 8 o'clock class, 9 o'clock class, 10 o'clock class, 11 o'clock class, 12 o'clock lunch, 1300 class, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays were my read days. It was not uncommon between Monday and Wednesday to have to read 500 plus pages. And then another 500 plus between Wednesday and Friday. It wasn't uncommon. You have a kid who can barely read, you give him a scholarship, that's great, but you drop him off in university and he fucking struggles, then what was the point of the fucking scholarship in the first place? But then when the kid fails out of school, you turn around and you call the university racist. What good does that do? We have this idea, right? We try to teach high school kids the topic of interest convergence. I see interest convergence brought up. White people only care about minorities when our interests align. And if our interests don't align, then we don't give a shit about you. Race is not a biological reality, but a social invention used to oppress and exploit people of color. Race is a biological reality. There's a great episode of House. Let me see if I can find that one real quick. There's a great episode of House where he wants to give a guy a drug, but the person doesn't want it because they want the white people medicine. Yeah. I'm gonna play this clip because this clip is really, really good. This is play this clip.
Up those steps. When did you start noticing? Oh, a week ago. Your blood pressure's a little high, but I've got something new that should help you out. Combines a nitrate with a blood pressure pill. It's targeted to African Americans. Targeted? Yeah, well, see, we tend to have nitric oxide deficiencies. And the studies show this drug counteracts that problem. It's the first drug to... What kind of studies are you talking about? What kind of studies are there? They get some patients, they give them some drugs.
I've had white people lying to me for 60 years.
You think this is a tan?
You think they tell you everything?
Trouble with us black folk. We can't tell the difference anymore between racism and everybody gets screwed.
Yeah? Well, how about them cheap meningitis drugs they pawning off in Africa? Gonna tell me that ain't racism?
That's just greed. You really want to screw Whitey? Be one of the few black men who live long enough to collect Social Security. Take the medicine.
Crackle pop. Got some Rice Krispies in there.
Not bad, huh?
You were here yesterday. I see from the chart that Dr. Foreman prescribed medicine, not a miracle. Gotta give this stuff one a day.
I didn't feel that Oreo's prescription.
On the theory that you didn't trust him because he's black. Well, I'm gonna prescribe the same medicine. See if you fill it this time.
I'm not buying into no racist drug, okay?
It's racist because it helps black people more than white people? Well, on behalf of my peeps, let me just say thanks for dying on principle for us.
Look, my heart's red, your heart's red. And it don't make no sense to give us different drugs.
You know, I have found a difference. Admittedly, it's a limited sample, but based on my experience of the last 90 seconds, all black people are morons. Sorry, African Americans.
I'll see another doctor.
Fine, fine. I'll give you the same medicine we give Republicans.
But you see, that's the problem with the argument about race is not a biological factor. We start talking about we start talking about life, and then we can't get through any of the minutia. Like, I'll give you a great anecdotal thing it's sad, but it was funny as fuck. As a lieutenant, you have to learn how to weld. Not that you have to learn how to weld, but they want you to know how to weld so that you can appreciate the length of time it takes to weld properly. Because one of the things we do in the downrange, in the sandbox, is we have to make decisions on if something is viable to do in a time period. So welding is one of the things that's easy to teach people why you can't rush. Well, I went in, I already knew how to weld. Welding was part of my enlisted career field. I had to know how to do it. So I went in and the instructor was there, and you have to watch the safety video, and I'm there and I'm fucking, this is a waste of my fucking time, right? I know how to do this. I'm watching the safety video and I watch all that and I go in and he's like, okay, show me what you learned in the video. And the first thing I said to him is like, well, I need mask, I need gloves, I need apron. And he's like, good, you paid attention to the video. And I weld, and he's like, you're really good at this. I was like, yeah, I'm former tech sergeant. I did this. He's like, okay, you get it. Well, the lieutenant that I was responsible for, like about a year or two later, he went in and he didn't pay attention to the safety video. He's too busy playing on his phone. And the only thing he put on was the gloves and the mask. He had short sleeves on. And the trainer was like, you know, you're gonna get a sunburn. And if you're a welder, you know what a sunburn is. The guy literally looks at him and says, I'm black, I can't get a sunburn. The instructor said, fine, fucking go ahead. He ended up getting welding sunburn on his arms. I want to live in a world where we can tell stupid motherfuckers, you're being a dumb motherfucker. Right? You're being a dumb motherfucker. I absolutely love learning skills just to know what they face if I need to direct things like that. Yeah, absolutely. Like, absolutely. Yeah, the sickle cell anemia clip. Black people, African Americans have sickle cell anemia at a higher rate than white individuals do. Sometimes people need to be humbled. You're right, and they do. But the problem is some people don't want to learn. Some people don't want to read. Some people want to change the facts to fit their narrative instead of adjusting their narrative because of the facts. We're teaching kids that America is racist. It is racist. But then we need to stop being racist to fix the problem. Like, they want in critical race theory, I pulled some critical race theory curriculum this morning. We look backwards. We look backwards and we say this was racist, this was racist, this was racist, this was racist. It wasn't racist at the time. It was the way things were. Not saying it's right. It was the way they were. Was it right? No. It was right back then. It's still fucking wrong. Yeah, a warning before rush hour is ridiculous. What? Let me see if I can find that. This is the warning that they play before the movie Rush Hour. And I can't. We all love our 90s buddy comedies, but this movie was created in a different time. For your information, certain depictions, languages, and humor may seem outdated and at times offensive. It's fucking Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. We already have the ratings. Well, it's because they don't want to offend anybody. They don't want to offend anyone because God forbid that you offend. I don't give a fuck if you're offended. Right? I don't give a fuck if you're offended. Get the fuck over it. Filming that helped Jackie Chan learn English. Yeah, like, who are you? I am you. No, who are you? I am me. Like, that shit's funny. Right? But where you take that, the next level of that, take your average American, just your average American. The average American speaks one language. The average American speaks one language. But we've had Spanish in schools for 35 years. You know what they should be teaching kids in fucking school? Fucking Latin. Why? Because as soon as you know Latin, 4 languages become easy. As soon as you learn Latin, you figure out that a lot of English is completely fucked up. But no, we can't do that because somebody along the line said we need to teach critical race theory in school. We have kids in 1st grade taking history. Why? History is a story. You have to be able to read it for yourself. We have politically correct textbooks that don't even use certain words because they might be offensive. There are American history books in America that doesn't use the word slaves or slavery. Not talking about it doesn't change it. I find having a history textbook, they were kept in servitude, unpaid servitude. No, indentured servants were kept in unpaid servitude. Slaves were kept as slaves. We can't rewrite history. History is ugly. History is ugly. But if we keep trying to rewrite it, why would you want to downplay the horrors of slavery? For the same reason why when I was a teacher, and I don't know if they've changed it, but they didn't call the American Revolution in English textbooks. They called it the American Rebellion. I don't know if they've changed in the last 20 years. But when I was in college, we were looking at an American history book versus a English history book, and they call it the American Rebellion. They paint a completely different picture of what happened. Yeah, the same reason why Japanese history textbooks don't talk about the atrocities they committed. Look, if you're not willing to talk about the atrocities that your people committed, then they're just going to happen again. You didn't do these things. Like, this is... students have been asked to identify their privilege based on race, gender, or class. White students get characterized as inherently privileged, while students of color are framed as inherently disadvantaged. I am so fucking tired of the critical race theory painting all white people as privileged, because if you go to the poorest areas, the poorest white areas of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, they're living in the same oppressive poverty as the poorest black people in those same areas. Don't lump me in with all the other fucking ignorant ass white people. If you think something I say is ignorant or insensitive, don't say, oh, he's just like all the other white people. Because I'm not. Because I don't know all the other white people. Right? We talk about systemic racism over individual rights. Teaching the system is rigged can foster resentment. It develops cynicism in people instead of hope, ambition, responsibility. Like, one of the things that I always make the joke, I love when my kids get a little bit older, because then they understand the joke. When they give me a picture that they colored, I can hand it back and say, this isn't very good, do it again. When a kid is that big, you celebrate everything they do independently, because then that helps them grow mentally. But my daughter got mad at me once. She brought me a paper and she's like, will you proofread this? And it looked like fucking John Madden had been in my office with me. The whole paper was marked up. One of my take-ins sent me a paper once, and I sent it back and I was like, I refuse to proofread this. You're a fucking college graduate. This paper is ass. Like, that's cold. That's harsh. But you're a fucking college graduate, and this is the... Like, you didn't even run this bitch through ChatGPT. You didn't even run this motherfucker through Grammarly. I don't even think you hit F7 in Word and had it fucking grammar check this shit. You got... If you're a college graduate and you hand me something to proofread and you've got grammatical errors in it, I'm not doing that. Because you've passed English 1 and English 2. You've passed a whole fucking curriculum and you have grammatical errors? But then, as the video on YouTube will tell you, if I do that, I'm racist and I'm aggressive. Punctuation is aggressive.
Dance.
My daughter, a high school student, gave me a paper. I marked it all up. I handed it back to her and she started crying. Said, "What are you crying for? You're in honors English." Said, "These are all, these aren't even suggestions. These are grammatical errors."
Dance.
Had a fucking teacher at the high school, doesn't teach there anymore, telling the kids not to bother with the Oxford comma. Had to go to the school. "Why are you telling kids not to bother with the Oxford comma? It changes the grammatical meaning of the sentence." "No, it doesn't." "Where the fuck did you get your English degree?" "I don't have an English degree." "Why the fuck are you teaching English?" "Oh, because they brought me on and then I'm going to be moving into the math department. But I have English on my teaching certificate." How many people know about the British military deliberately giving natives smallpox blankets? How many people know about the Americans giving the Native Americans diseased blankets? After the British did it, we kept doing it. Let's see. Some districts now... Here's my problem with critical race theory. Here's my problem with society. We are pushing for equity instead of equality. You do not want to have policies that drive everybody to the middle. People think that the goal should be... That's a terrible bell curve. That's not much better. There we go. People think that the goal should be to bring these people up, but bring these people back. So everybody is within one standard deviation. If your school district is doing this, what your school district isn't doing is producing doctors, scientists, right? You're not producing high-end people. If little Johnny started off all the way out here, Johnny needs to be in a special education program for gifted students. If Susie is all the way back here, Susie is probably not going to get a standard high school education. We have to accept that. George Carlin said it. He's a fucking comedian. In life, you got a couple of winners and a whole lot of losers. You know what's really easy to figure out? When I make this statement, in life, you got a couple of winners and a whole lot of losers, the only people who are disagreeing with that statement are the fucking losers. That's not true. What'd you get on your fucking SAT? What'd you get on your ACT? What was your high school GPA? Where did you go to college? What did you end up doing in life? Nothing. Oh. Then why are you arguing? You got a graduating class of 1,200 kids. High schools are given kudos and pats on the head if they get 97% of their students to go to college. Then you read the little italic caveat footstop. The high school here, I called them out on that. 99% of our students go to college. I got that fucking thing. I grabbed it. I walked up to the school, to the administrator. The superintendent was leaving. He was retiring. I walked into his office. I said, "Hey, I got a question for you." He's like, "What's up?" He didn't give a shit. He was done. I said, how do they get away with saying 99% of kids are going to college when I know for a fact 2% of the graduating class is going into the Air Force? He's like, yeah, read the little italics thing at the bottom that I had to bust out the fucking magnifying glass for. Like, I'm there, and I'm trying to read this little itty-bitty teeny tiny line at the bottom. It removes all students who weren't eligible for graduation, and it removes all students who are leaving for the military. So basically, you can lie your ass off as long as you put a caveat. What do they do with the students that don't graduate? They don't count them. If you drop out of high school, then they don't count you because you dropped out. Well, don't you think it's an important number? And don't you think, yeah, 100% of the people that graduated. Don't you think it's an important number if 9% of your school district drops out? Winners and losers are separated most of the time by their mindset. Yeah, most of the time. There's a great movie, Robo-Jocks, from the fucking 80s. And the guy, they're fighting in big, giant, 50-foot tall mech. And the guy says, Achilles, I've already defeated you right here. So many people are self-defeating, right? So many people are self-defeating. My parents were not self-defeating people, but my parents kind of sabotaged me at the beginning. I have no problem sharing this. I was rolled over by a 79 Granada when I was a kid. Broke my right leg in 2 places, my left leg in 1. I was in a full body cast for 3 months, and then I was in basically physical therapy for about a year. My parents told me, I can remember being like 5 or 6 years old, you're gonna end up in a wheelchair, because that's what they told my parents. You're gonna end up in a wheelchair. I said, okay, good to know. I'll slow down when that happens. My father said to me, after 9/11, when I was signing up for the military, my father said to me, they're never gonna let you in because of your leg injury. I said, that's okay. If they decide to not let me in, they'll not let me in. I showed up, the recruiter saw my injury list, and he was like, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get you in with that injury. I said, well, can I keep going with the process until you get an answer? And he's like, yeah, you can keep going until I get an answer. I went to MEPS, I took my ASVAB. I was one of the people that took my ASVAB on Thursday night, and then Friday morning was my physical. So I got there, took my ASVAB, and the next day when I went in, I had that form that you have to take with, well, they already had it because you turn it in on Thursday. And everyone's getting called out of the room, and I get told, hey, stay. And they say, we're not going to be able to do your exam because of the extent of your injury. And I said, because of an injury 22 years ago, I don't even get to attempt the physical. And he's like, no, I don't think the Air Force commander here is going to approve it. And I said, well, let's go see him. And he's like, well, if you don't think he's going to, that's fine, let's go see him. I walked in, the commander was there, and he looked at me and he said, because if you're at a MEPS, each MEPS has a commander. The one I was at had an Air Force commander. He's like, yeah, you broke your legs when you were a kid. Yeah. Then he saw my ASVAB scores and he's like, jumping Jesus, man. Let this kid go through. This kid is a one-size-fits-all peg. All we need to know is his strength rating. He's like, I want to know the kid's strength rating first. You got to go, if you've never been to MEPS, you got to grab a bar from the floor level. You got to grab it in an overhand grip. And you got to bring it up to chest high. Then you got to rotate and bring it up to head high. And that's your strength rating test. Most people don't have to have one, but they do the strength rating just to see. And I'm like, well, what's the max? I think it was K at the time. And I said, what is that? And they said 110 pounds. I said, okay, rack it. And the examiner is looking at me, he's like, you want me to rack 110 pounds? I was like, yeah. I'm telling you, I was a scrawny little shit that was like 4% body fat. Probably not even 4, probably 3. I was like, rack it. 110, no problem. I got this. And boom, locked it into the top position because that's for loading an aircraft. I've got it locked in there in like 2 seconds. I was like, I can do this shit all day. Commander was like, go on, do your exam. People have a defeatist fucking attitude. Like, look, man. It shouldn't matter that I rock the fucking ASVAB to get a shot at the test, the physical test. I get it. You don't want to waste the money testing my piss and testing my urine. I get it. But then give me the things that are, like, I did my thing, like, completely ass backwards that day. I did the shrink test first, and then I did the duck walk second. Because he said, if you can pass the duck walk, then there's no other exam that's going to DQ you. I get home. I went to my place. I had my own place. Called my father and I said, hey, I depped in today. He's like, they let you in? Yeah. I wanted to go into the military at 18. My dad told me no. He said, finish college first. I should have gone into the military at 18. I loved the military. I loved the military. It was the best fucking thing for me ever. The best thing for me. It's not for everybody. But we have this fucking mindset. We put people into a mindset. Don't tell me that we have to have an equal outcome. Just give me an equal opportunity. We gotta stop telling people that they're doomed because America's racist. I don't think Michael Jordan feels America is racist. I don't think Kobe Bryant did. I don't think LeBron James does. I don't think Shaquille O'Neal does. I don't think Morgan Freeman does. Denzel Washington. I don't think successful blacks think America is racist. Morgan Freeman has, for his whole adulthood, said to people, stop talking about race and it'll go away. If you stopped talking about racism, it would go the fuck away. We can't have a hate crime because a white person uses the N-word with the hard R if a black person can use the word cracker and it not also be a hate crime. Hate crimes can't be a majority group to a minority group. It has to be an individual to an individual. And the moment that you did that, either all of it's going to be treated as hate crimes or none of it's going to be treated as hate crimes. Shit and fucking problem would solve itself. That's the other part. Teacher training includes CRT-based material. School districts in California and Illinois require teachers to attend training where they're taught objectivity, individualism, and colorblindness are forms of white supremacy. What? Hold on a second. If I teach, because I taught civics, if I teach that the law should be colorblind, not is colorblind, but should be colorblind, then I can be fired for not adhering to district or statewide CRT material policy. Look, if we don't teach what the ideal state is, nobody has any idea what we want the ideal state to be. We talk that parents and teachers who criticize critical race theory have been labeled as racist, told they don't understand the material. Teachers have been reprimanded for speaking out. Wait a minute. We want to introduce, I want to remind you that law school is graduate school. Law school is grad school. You don't go to law school before you have a bachelor's degree in something, right? You can't go. You can't. You can't go to law school without an undergraduate degree. I mean, I'm sure there's been like one or two exceptions to that. I know Illinois used to have the reading with a lawyer exception that you could take the bar, but we've created a degree called the Juris Doctorate. But while the Juris Doctorate is technically a doctorate, you're not a law professor until you have your PhD. It's technically a doctorate, but it's professionally considered a master's degree. Why are we saying that this level of education, grad school level education, should be dumbed down into some sort of curriculum to give to high school kids? If you can't simplify that down so a kid can understand it, then chuck it out the mainstream conversation and teaching. If a kid can't grasp it, you will get a lot of people who misunderstand that to no end. You're right. Full equality or let it be unequal. Full equality equals race, gender, upbringing, etc. Now, I do disagree with you on that. I think there is some wiggle room to understand people's backgrounds. I think that we need to grasp that some kids were educated in an absolutely terrible bag of shit school district. Okay? If a kid was taught in an absolute dog shit school district, they probably are going to have some problems with their contemporary peers. What I would like to see, instead of us trying to spend all this money to make the playing field equal, or so they say, I would like to see universities accept people on the basis of, you have gaps in your education, let's fill those gaps. Most universities have 090 and 099 courses. These are not for college degree. These are remedial classes. You usually get them in math, English, and sometimes literature, which 090 and 099 literature is really reading. If you can't read, you can't be successful at college. If you can't read, you might get B's and C's at college if your professor does their testing based on class presentations. But you can't be successful because college is supposed to be a lot about, I wrote a research paper on the effect of 4x4 block scheduling on social studies achievement test scores. And by writing that paper, I read 30 other books. It's not the classroom instruction that helps me, it's the 30 other books I read. Some people go to college and don't learn a damn thing. What if we changed all of society and we stopped making people think that they need a college degree? What if we did that? Right? This is what I posted on my Twitter today. And this is where I go completely against the grain. America doesn't have a student loan problem. It has a we convince kids that debt was success problem. Our problem as a culture, as North Americans, as Americans, I'll lump Canada in there too, because Canada's not too far off. We're telling every kid to go to college. 25 years ago, the only AI we talked about was in Terminator 2. Now AI is coming for people's jobs. What have we been telling kids for 25 years? Learn to code, learn to code, learn to code, learn to code. Guess what? Are you saying that blind people can't graduate college? No, I'm not saying that. Because blind people can read, you ignorant fuck. Blind people can read. It's called Braille. Why do you spend all of your time trying to jump all over something? Every single thing you say to try to play Stump-a-Chump with me makes you come across as more and more bigoted and more ignorant. There's audio textbooks. There's screen readers. There's actually people at the college that will fucking read to you. But guess what? They can read. They read Braille. If you can't do research because none of the books in your library are available in Braille, you're not going to be able to graduate college. That is something the college needs to improve their accessibility for. But the statement remains true. If there aren't Braille textbooks for the student, that student's not going to graduate college. Are they? Why didn't they graduate college? Because they can't read the fucking textbook. Why can't they read it? Because it's not available in Braille. One of these days you're going to figure out playing Stump-a-Chump against me is a really terrible fucking waste of your time. Let's see.
It is the...
No, it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for your kids. Why did I pull this one down?
I'm gonna hold your hand again when I say this.
Oh.
I really don't give a fuck whether or not immigrants came here legally or not. I really don't. We live on a floating rock within imaginary lines that were created by capitalism and colonialism. People deserve basic human rights just for existing. You don't earn those by coming here legally, sending them to inhumane facilities like Alligator Alcatraz, where they are given meals with bugs, where they're denied sleep due to the lights being on 24/7, where their Bibles are taken and they're told that they don't have the right to religion anymore, is absolutely inhumane. Whether or not those people came here legally, they deserve basic human rights and basic human decency.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Prison lights stay on for 24/7. Well, Alligator Alcatraz. I'm going to say this. I'm just going to say it this way. I am really, really, really thankful that I'm retired. And the reason why I am really, really thankful that I am retired is because I would not want to, I would probably, well, what is it, 2025? I would be a colonel, if not on the short list for Brigadier General right now. I would not want to be a senior military officer with the way the government is running right now. Alligator Alcatraz is a fucking blot on the American flag. There should never be a reason for why you need to detain illegal immigrants for more than 24 hours. And the reason why is you either already have a final order of removal for them, which functions as a warrant, so they don't have any more due process after that. And that's the thing that we really need to, everybody on the left and the right needs to sit down for story time with Papa Jalan. And they need to understand, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, or a liberal or a conservative, or you're on the left or you're on the right. There are some certain inalienable facts. And a final order of removal, you've already had due process. Now, I don't know why, if we have a final order of removal for people, we're putting them in Alligator Alcatraz, because we shouldn't be. You round them up, you got a final order of removal. I also, as I have said, it would be really easy, right? It would be really, really easy to have streamlined courts for hearings for detained illegal immigrants. Because it's not like it's a long discussion. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, she says, well, what if they're applying for asylum? You cannot apply for asylum anywhere but a legitimate border crossing. If you're caught in southern Illinois and you get taken to court and the words, I want to apply for asylum, come out of your mouth, the judge is like, you're here illegally. You can't apply for asylum because the law states you have to apply for asylum at a legitimate entry point. We're deporting you. We have turned our court system into a political battleground. Judges should not be interpreting the law because if they're a Democrat or a Republican. Judges should be interpreting the law based on case law precedent and the way the law is written. You are here and you should not be here. Out you go. With what the girl said.
I'll hold your hand again when I say this. I really don't give a fuck whether or not immigrants came here legally or not. I really don't. We live on a floating rock within imaginary lines that were created by capitalism and colonialism.
And she's absolutely right. She has said nothing wrong at this point.
People deserve basic human rights.
People deserve basic human rights for existing. So here's my question for her, though. Are you willing to give up your American citizenship to somebody else so they can stay in your place? Because we only can support so many people. Also, I'm seeing numbers that there might be as many as 343 million Americans, 343 million people in the United States of America, which means our population grew by 13 million since the last census. Well, according to the last census, we had 11 million illegals, and we can't account for all 13 million of that. So I would like to see an updated number for how many illegals we have. I'm not against the idea that everybody deserves basic human rights. There was another video I was going to show, but the creator took it down, where if you believe that you should be able to leave your country, she's like, you believe in immigration. No, you believe in emigration. She took it down. I wanted to talk about it. If you want to be able to leave your country, then you believe in emigration with an EM, that you have the ability to leave one's country to go to another one. I can believe in emigration but not want the problem to immigrate into my country. I believe you have the right to go live anywhere you want if that country will take you. Like, no shit, I'm a son of Ireland. I got offered up to $3 million and $20,000 a month to move home. That's not a bad fucking deal. If my medical condition get cleared up, if my wife's medical condition can get cleared up, $3 million, up to $3 million and $20,000 a month, I have to live on a shitty island, I'll take that. I'll take that in a fucking heartbeat. You want to pay me to not live in America? Good shit. I'm all for it. But other people are like, I'll take that deal. They're like, they don't want you. You're not an Irish citizen. They don't want you to come there. They want Irish people to come there. We're living in a fucked up world. Let's see. Nah, the stream hours wouldn't be awkward. Why, man? I go out of town next Wednesday, so I only do my Saturday show and my Monday show, and then I'm out of town. You know the fucking whole world. The whole society's gonna collapse while I'm out of town.
I mean, I get it. Like, we broke your little stupid party rules or whatever.
So this is why I don't have an Airbnb.
Like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, for real. Hello?
Hey, do you have a minute?
I'm sorry, who is this?
This is Eric. I own the Airbnb you stayed in yesterday.
Oh, hey, what's up?
So, did you guys have a party last night?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a party. Like, I had some of my college friends come over for a little bit.
Well, I've seen the doorbell footage, and it was about 25 people that walked into my property yesterday.
Like, call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. Why you bothering me, though?
Well, because the Airbnb description says that you're not allowed to have parties.
I mean, I get it. Like, we broke your little stupid party rules or whatever. Like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, for real.
I don't know what you guys did last night, but the place is completely f***ing trashed.
So, like, take care of yourself. Ain't it your Airbnb?
Look, you did over $5,000 worth of damage, which is way over the standard cleaning cost, so you're gonna have to cover it.
You know what? Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, I get it. Like,
See,
we
this
broke
is
your
the
little
problem
stupid
right here.
party rules or whatever.
People want
Like, what do you want me to do
alternative
about
to
it?
hotels. So a long time ago in a land far away, you had two choices. You stayed at a hotel or you stayed in a motel. Those were your choices. You stayed in what was affordable or you stayed in what was nice. And now, people want to talk about a housing crisis, but the same people talking about the housing crisis are people that are living in Airbnbs. Okay, so you want to go into somebody else's house and fuck it up, do $5,000 worth of damage, and then not be accountable for it. Airbnbs should go away. I don't think Airbnbs should be legal. Not that I get down on regulating what people do with their property, but you're running a commercial industry out of a residential area. Like, for example, there are several people in my subdivision that either have group homes or they have daycares. And I don't mind that they run their group home or run their daycare out of my subdivision because they've registered their businesses. Register your business. But we don't allow Airbnbs in the subdivision. The homeowners association had a conversation and we decided, no, we don't want Airbnbs in the subdivision. Some of the people were like, well, I should be able to do whatever I want in my house. And it was simply put, no, because then we would have to change the law, turn this entire area into a commercial industry. And we don't want to do that because then we get taxed differently. Because if all of our houses become residential/commercial, we pay more in taxes. I won't do that. This is the society we're living in. That people think it's okay to just fuck up other people's stuff. Like, why is that okay? And then somebody on my Discord posted why banks and payment processors shun perfectly legal businesses. Bitcoin fixes this as a popular refrain whenever a gun store or exotic dancer loses access to payment processing. But what causes this in the first place? As long as people have been going online and paying to do things viewed as socially undesirable, there have been movements to use the payment system to prevent transactions associated with that activity. A Republican led a year-long crusade to make it illegal for banks chartered in the United States to process payments for online casinos, even though the majority of those were legal in countries where they were located. The Obama administration Justice Department ran Operation Choke Point, which targeted banks offering services to a vast array of businesses it deemed to present a high risk for fraud or money laundering. Choke Point was discontinued in 2017 amid accusations that it wrongfully targeted legal businesses and the settlement of lawsuits brought after the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation by businesses that were cut off from banking services. Look, if PayPal doesn't want to take payments from OnlyFans, then they don't have to. Right? They shouldn't have to. You can't tell one legitimate business they can't run their business how they want to because another business is legitimate. Right? What's one of the big problems with fraud is who pays for it. And if you don't know the answer is the taxpayer, the consumer ends up paying for it because when you defraud the bank has to make that money back. When you defraud a company, that company has to make the money back, but they already have paid the payment processor. That's why chargebacks suck. That's why returns suck. I pay a processing fee for the transaction. I get only so many free a month. And they're not free, I paid for them. I get X number of transactions in my bundle. That's why if you've ever noticed this, you ever buy something, you buy something at some stores, and within a couple of minutes, it's already on your credit card, but you buy stuff from other stores, and the charge doesn't appear on your credit card at night. So what if trans people want you to bake a cake celebrating values at odds with your religion? I shouldn't have to make the cake. As long as I properly set up my business where it says management reserves the right to accept or refuse orders, I shouldn't have to do it. My problem with the bakery thing is why are you supporting a business that doesn't agree with your lifestyle? Why do we have people that are trying to force private businesses to do what they want? And as you saw, the courts dismissed the lawsuit anyway. Colorado courts dismissed suit against baker who wouldn't make a transgender-themed cake. The Colorado Supreme Court dismissed the discrimination case against Masterpiece Cake Shop on procedural grounds. Lower courts had just concluded that the cake shop and the bakery owner had violated somebody's rights by refusing to make her a pink cake with blue frosting because of her identity. Phillips, whose prior refusal to make a wedding cake for a gay couple was at the center of the case that went to the U.S. Supreme Court, had on appeal urged the Supreme Court of Colorado to conclude that requiring him to make the cake would infringe upon his free speech. But the state's high court 4-3 avoided that issue by instead concluding that under Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, a lawyer was not permitted to sue the baker following an early administrative process. See, this is the problem. Yeah, you're right. They're going to keep filing it. But my concern is, right? And this is where society has lost its mind. During my politics shows, if you ever keep track of the viewer number, it's actually hilarious. The viewer number will go up, it'll go down, it'll go up, it'll go down. Some people probably leave because of the requirements for whatever I have the current requirements for chatters to be at. In fact, I don't think I have any at the moment, but some people hear something and they find it offensive and they don't want to be here. And that's fine. They can do that. They have the right to be offended and not want to be part of my channel, not be part of my brand. All those things are okay. The problem is, when you have two pieces of freedom of speech at odds with each other, then who wins? Right? Who wins in that case? Whatever happened to you can't, won't meet my needs? Do you know anyone who can? And fuck you, have a nice day. Right. And see, this is if I'm a payment processor and I say I won't process payments from crack houses, titty bars, gangbangs, and strip clubs, if you're one of those businesses, then just go to a different payment processor. Remember, why do you want to sue me to force me to take your business when then I take a percentage of your business anyway? You want to force the cake baker to make a gay wedding cake? Why? What do we win there? What's the win? What's the victory? I am concerned that Masterpiece and Phillips will construe today's ruling as a vindication of the refusal to sell non-expressive products with no intrinsic meaning to customers who are a member of a protected class. Okay, I want to get rid of the entire phrase protected class. I want to get rid of the entire fucking idea of protected classes. It's so stupid. The entire idea of protected classes. It is dumb. Yeah. I hate protective classes. We should all have the same protections under the law. So, I'm pulling up all of the protected classes right now. As an American, you're a protected class. No, you're not. I guarantee you, I'm not a protected class. All the different federal protections: race, color, national origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, pregnancy, age, disability, genetic information, citizenship status, military veteran status, familial status. Those are all the protected classes. The problem is I'm a white retired military officer who's disabled. The moment you start off that what I am, why is it that I'm white is the first thing that is rattled off? Compared to other countries, I don't care about other countries. I care about in America. In America, we have umpteen protected classes. Disabled veteran is a protected class. Yeah, it's supposed to be. But as I said, it was no mistake when I said I'm a white, male, disabled military veteran. Because it starts off with I'm a white male, try pushing me through any other door of protected class. You won't be able to. I guarantee you. Even if I don't add white, even if I don't add male, if I just try, and I promise you this, if I ever have to have an issue where my disabled status or my veteran status or my disabled veteran status, it's going to be, yeah, but you're a white guy. Yeah, what Carthos said, the section of Baton Rouge split off to make their own city because they wanted to create a school district that was an ass. And the city of Baton Rouge sued them because the new city was like 60% of the tax base. We're living in such a fucked up society. And everybody wants to make it like let's just start with some things that we shouldn't have to debate about. We need to change how public schools are funded so the same dollar amount is spent on every kid in the state. And ideally, we need to change how we fund American schools so that the same dollar amount is spent proportionally, adjusted for local living expenses on every kid. But we'll never do that because it's impossible to do that. Because people don't understand how schools are funded. And people don't understand how much waste there is. But what Carthos said is that part of Baton Rouge broke away to make their own city. It was deemed legal for them to do so. So it was basically the rich white area of Baton Rouge broke away so that they could form their own school district that wasn't total ass and didn't have a bunch of bullshit curriculum attached to it. Because guess what they're not teaching in the new school district in the new city? They're not teaching critical race theory. Until we get... I am concerned that Masterpiece and Phillips will construe today's ruling as a vindication of the refusal to sell non-expressive products with no intrinsic meaning to customers who are members of a protected class. Phillips' lawyers at the conservative Christian legal rights group Alliance Defending Freedom, in a statement, said the ruling brings an end to the harassment. A case billed as a sort of sequel, the 6-3 conservative majority U.S. Supreme Court held the First Amendment protected web designer Lori Smith from being compelled by Colorado to provide services to a same-sex wedding. Look, I know it's hard for people to grasp. I know it's hard for people to understand. But if you want to have freedoms, I must have the same or better freedoms than you're asking for. And I say the same or better is because if you want to marginalize a group, then you must offer them more. I own a bakery. I don't want to make gay wedding cakes. So at the front of the store, I put, management reserves the right to deny any and all orders. I put it on the order form, right? Starting in 2026, the 10 Commandments will be in every classroom K-12 in Alabama. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. There'll be an injunction issued. You shouldn't have the 10 Commandments in every classroom. And I'll go a couple of reasons why. Number one, which 10 Commandments? And I know some people are going to be like, what do you mean, which 10 Commandments? Which 10 Commandments are you going to put in? Did you know that there's like 30 different versions of the 10 Commandments? There's a big hubbub on one of the commandments. The 5th commandment is what? There's a bunch of people now, shit, I don't know my commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Shouldn't schools be allowed to teach the values of the community? No. No, they should not. No, they should not. Because what if the values of the community are racist? No, schools should not be allowed to teach the values of the community. You know what teaches the 10 Commandments? The 10 Commandments are taught at Sunday school. The 10 Commandments are taught at Bible study. The 10 Commandments are taught by the parents in the house. The trick is the 10 Commandments say the 5th commandment is thou shalt not kill, but that's not what the fucking literal translation is. The 5th commandment is thou shalt not commit murder. And even more specifically, depending on your translation, thou shalt not commit murder in my name. That is 3 very radical, different commandments. Thou shalt not kill means you, as a Catholic, I was taught thou shalt not commit murder, not thou shalt not kill. Racism is a judgment based on values, not a fact. Right, but you just said, shouldn't schools be allowed to teach the values of the community? If you are in a town that is predominantly Ku Klux Klan, that community, their values are racist. That's why the schools should not reflect the community. The schools should reflect an embodied curriculum. Like my town, and I'll give you a great example. It's not on that level. My German farming town has different days off than the neighboring school district, because we have 4 4-day weekends built into our school year. We have 2 4-day weekends in October. It's hard for some of the neighboring towns to understand. We specifically build in 2 4-day weekends in October for harvest, because we're a German farming town. Our values, right? We have Oktoberfest. We have Oktoberfest. I'm not fucking German. That's outsiders with values in conflict with local values. Not Jewish, but Jews should be able to teach that they are the chosen people. Not in a public school. Because you're saying that's outsiders with values in conflict with local values. And I just said, no, it's not. If you're in a town that is a KKK town, you have a school in that KKK town, your argument is that the school should be allowed to teach the values of the community. The values of that particular community are going to be racist as fuck. That's why schools should not be a reflection of the community. Schools should be a reflection of a standardized curriculum. A kid in Alabama should get the same education as a kid in Washington. A kid in Washington should get the same education as a kid in Minnesota. Public schools, yes, public schools, public schools. Private schools, as long as they're meeting the letter of the doctrine for their accreditation, private schools can teach whatever they want, unfortunately. Yeah, the South is really big Bible Belt, evangelical, Pentecostal, celebrating. Schools should not be based on values of local community. That's at odds with American... Oh, hold on. Did I misread what you said? No, you asked, shouldn't schools be allowed to teach the values of the community? And I said no. Schools should not be based on values of the local community. Yes, I agree with that. Schools should not be based on local community. Schools should have some alignment with the local community. Doesn't America try to make their students stand and pledge allegiance to a flag? Kind of weird. No, America doesn't try to make their students stand and pledge allegiance to a flag. It used to make children stand and pledge allegiance, but you have to know the whole pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. To the republic. It's not weird at all. We were a country at odds with communism. We were a country that has bled on foreign shores for more than half of our existence to save other countries. Sometimes we go in places that we have no business. Sometimes we go in places to stop the spread of tyranny. I think commandments, for example, should be taught about in public schools. Not because of what values they suggest, but because they're essential for understanding Judaism and Christianity. The problem is that should be taught in a very, very, very specific type of class. And you would need a very, very specific type of teacher. And I don't think that we could have the right people. Like, for example, where the fuck is my Old Testament? Did I not take that at Xavier? Okay, so somewhere in my transcripts that I can't put my finger on right now, and I don't know where the fuck my Old Testament course is, but as you can see right there, one of my classes in college was specifically on the New Testament. I have the accompanying Old Testament, I just don't know where the fuck it is on my transcripts. Unless a person has specifically been trained in teaching the Old Testament, you don't want just anybody in a classroom teaching about religion. Like, one of the things that I used to teach is I had a very, very good lesson plan on teaching alternative versions of creation to Catholics. Because I get where you're going, Salty Bread. I get where you're going. Yeah, you have a subject, religion, separate to history, but they go hand in hand. You need to understand religions to understand why certain things happen in history. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You need a class in cross-comparative religions. You need a class called Understanding Religion in the Modern World. Right? And you're absolutely right. And I think that a national curriculum on cross-comparative religions would be really good. Because how many Americans are ignorant about Islam? How many Americans are ignorant about Catholicism? Different sects of Christianity? Judaism? Carthos brought up the point that I bring up a lot. Yeah, which commandments though? And there's 30 different versions of the 10 commandments. As I said, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not murder in my name. I don't know why we took the short one, but the reason why we changed it is because it was thou shalt not murder in my name. So the Pope scribbled that out because we can't have crusades then. If the commandment is thou shalt not commit murder in my name, the Pope can't be there with the King of France and the King of England rallying them up to go crusade to recover the Holy Land. So it's thou shalt not murder. And then if you watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven, it's not the exact verbiage, but the Pope has said to kill an infidel is not murder. It's the path to heaven. And remember, the Pope is the vicar of Christ. He is the word of God on planet Earth. So if the Pope says, because remember, the first sacred promise to Peter by Jesus, whatever you bind on earth, I will consider bound in heaven. So if it's the original one, the original murder is, well, we'd have to pull out a really, really old version of the Torah, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's gonna make people have crises of faith if you start looking at that. For the school thing, they should have core classes that teach the standard curriculum. Absolutely. But I don't think we need to be introducing religion into public schools until we fix all the other shit with public schools. Remember I said once, we need to talk about the problem, we need to understand the problem. People are trying to throw solutions in. Well, if we talked about religion, well, these kids can't read, and these kids can't write, and these kids can't do simple math, and these kids don't know how to wash their armpits and scrub their ass, right? Have you been in a high school lately? Have you been in a high school? It smells like a fucking dirty gym sock. Yeah. Also, do we observe the Sabbath or do we remember the Sabbath? Which version do we follow? And then which Sabbath? Jews give him Friday. Muslims give him Saturday. Catholics give him Sunday. God has a 3-day weekend. I think the big problem we need to face is, yeah, are we talking Saturday, Sunday, or Friday? Exactly. We need to focus on, and I like the fact that somebody did bring up, you need to teach the values of the community. You need to be taught the values of your community by your parents, right? You need to be taught the values of your community. If you go to a public school, but your family is devoutly Catholic, you're probably on Wednesday Bible study, you're probably in Awana on Tuesdays, and then you're in church on Sunday. Yeah. The papal ambassadors define murder in the commandments as unjust killings. Killing in war is just killing. There's a ton of this, but in short, killing an infidel that attacked pilgrims in a war is justified killing. Right. And that's why we have... You're absolutely right. And that's why we get the different interpretations at different eras. Do not murder in my name. Do not murder. Do not kill. Why did it change to do not kill? Because the Pope was trying to get all of the Catholics out of all the wars. We're not going to leave it up to the nuance of do not murder. The Pope's going to change it to do not kill. We're going to change it to do not kill. Because that way everybody can say, oh no. Awana is Baptist. Awana is Christian. I mean, it's... How can I put this? Baptists bring Catholics in. I've never seen an Awana group turn away a Catholic. I've personally never seen it. They're all about... Baptists are great. Yeah, you were totally not welcome. But no, I've never seen an Awana group turn away a Catholic. Because Baptists are Christians, Catholics are Christians. Baptists just have, in my opinion, the best... Do we know the new Pope? Yeah, we've known the new Pope for a long time. Baptists are a sect of Christianity where they, instead of having like the Catholicism textbook of rules, Baptist faith comes down to one rule. That you believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins. That you are imperfect, you will sin, and Jesus died to absolve you of those sins. Doesn't give you permission to go out and sin on purpose. But as long as you believe that, up to heaven you go. Meanwhile, a Catholic who gets hit by a bus. Yeah, Pope is a White Sox fan. Put all your money on the Sox for the World Series this year. That's right. Gonna have a little papal intervention.
I mean, I get it. I get it.
Let's see. I'm gonna play this one.
Are you turning down a promotion if it does not come with an immediate pay increase? And what have you guys seen happen for people that do this? Or if it's happened to you, what was the result? Because I will tell you that for me personally, I have been in HR now for over 20 years. And as a hiring manager, I don't promote people without pay increases. I don't expect people to do extra work for no more money. It doesn't make any sense. If you're going to get a promotion, you're going to get a better title and more responsibility. It directly correlates with having more money right then. Otherwise, the promotion can wait. And if you're like, well, it needs to wait until they have their annual review. No. This is not on the person. This is on you as the company. That if you're going to level somebody up and give them more responsibility, then that comes with more compensation. And it should come with a new official offer letter as well so that people can see it in writing or something in writing. Even if it's an email that details the time and date, make sure it is dated for the date that it will take effect. So if you ever get called into your body.
So this is like a really, really, really important fact. I don't know why our business industry in the Western world, this isn't just an American problem. It's not as big of a problem in Europe yet, but if you're doing a job and you get a promotion, before you start doing the job, they should give you an offer letter for the new job. And I know some people are going to say, well, that's the old school way and old school is bad and this, that, and the other, but you're right. It is old school. But old school, while it may have some big problems, old school also worked better because we treated people better. Like, we didn't do this shit where we fire you at the end of the day. We don't make you come into work all day and fire you at 5 p.m. Right? In this case, I call it necessary. Right. In this case, we should treat you like a human being. This is the job we're offering you. Here's your offer letter. Do you accept it or not? And the reason why is, yes, it's good for like covering, it's good for covering the employee, but it's also good for covering management. Hey man, we'd like to offer you a supervisory position. It's going to pay $250 more an hour. I don't want that. Well, can you just sign here? And at the bottom it says accept or decline. Like, I've had a job where they tried to put me on salary. And I said, no thanks. The owner of the company was in town and he came in and he's like, we'd like to change you from your hourly rate to salary. And I was like, okay. And then when he showed me the new salary, I said, no thanks. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I make a lot more than this already. He's like, yeah, well, you're making a lot more than this because you're getting about 10 to 12 hours of overtime a week. Yeah. And now my salary position is going to pay me less hourly because managers are expected to work 50 hours a week. 50 to 55 hours a week is what managers are expected to work. And I'm like, no thanks. I said, if that's what you want, I'm not really interested in that. I'm like, because I'm what's going to end up happening is I'm already working 50 to 55 hours a week. The store is open 64 hours a week, and pretty soon I'm going to be working 64 hours. No thanks. So that was back in the old days. Gave me an offer letter, I declined, and I signed it. Then he went back and he thought about it for a bit, and he came back and he offered me a lot more money. He offered me more than I was currently making because he realized that, shit, he's kind of just fucked the pooch because he just offered me money. I've told him what the problem is, where I've basically said, hey, you don't appreciate me.
Boss's office, and they sit you down and they're like, Tim, you're doing a great job. We found out Rick is leaving. We'd like to have you kind of step into some of his responsibilities and roles, see how you take those on. And then, if you do a good job at them, then come annual review time, it might be a good way for you to make some more money. Hey, first of all, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate you recognizing my work ethic and how much I've contributed to the team. But if you're going to ask me to do additional responsibilities in the workplace, I'm going to need the compensation to match that now before I take on those responsibilities.
And that's exactly right. This bullshit, the bullshit of we're gonna put you into the role to see how you do for a couple of months. Well, what they're doing then is they're getting ready to hire outside and they just need a temporary fix. If you're running your organization properly, you should never, ever, ever have to hire outside of the organization for anything other than specialty jobs or entry level? I'll get to that in just a second.
Because if there's a hole where that manager was before and the work is just going to be split up among the team, somebody has to manage that work. And if that person is going to be you, you need to be paid for it. And I would like to hear arguments from anybody else about why this doesn't happen, because more and more what will happen is people get stiffed on this. They do this work for 6 months, a year plus. They never end up getting the type of increase they're supposed to get. Or they just get, instead of a 3% bump, they get a 5% bump instead of what the manager was making, which was 10 or 15% more. So don't put yourself in this position. I want to know, have you done this before and what the result was for you out in the market? Are you...
So yeah, this is a great example. Now, to answer your question, you said, so I can double back real quick. Are there examples of different versions of the Ten Commandments? Sure. In the New Catholic Bible, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of that place of slavery. Okay. I am the Lord thy God, which has brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Why do we have different introductions to the passage? Right? God spoke, and these were his words. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, where you were slaves. His first commandment, worship no God but me. Back to the New American Standard Bible. You shall have no other gods before me. Okay, well, one of those says I can have other gods as long as they're not before you. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. And then there's a version that says thou shalt have no other gods but me. So yeah, there's like 30 different translations of the Ten Commandments. Back to the working thing. Oh, if you actually, the additional stuff they want to keep you without touching your wage at all. Hold on. I know most people are taken for granted, but a lot of people in my professional life didn't even speak up for more money. Yeah, that right there is, there's some people that don't like me because I say this. I will never, ever, 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 ever tell you what I make at a job. I will never tell you, if you're my coworker, what I'm making. And I say it because of this. I went into a meeting with management. I negotiated a rate of pay for my skill set. I know my number, so I looked at the skills, I looked at the dollar amount, and I said, yeah, never, ever, ever tell your coworker what you make. Because the only people that are advocating that you should share your wages with your coworkers are your coworkers that aren't making as much as you. Now, yeah, well, first of all, what Carthos just said is sharing your wages should be a personal choice and should never be something your boss is telling you to do or not do. Your boss, if he tells you not to share your wage, that's a federal offense. You can't tell workers they can't share their dollar amount. But don't ever ask me what I'm making. Because, and here's why. I know what my skill sets are. I know what my job responsibilities are. You presented the job responsibilities to me, and I said, I'm willing to do that job for $71 an hour. I'm willing to do that job for $63 an hour. I'm willing to, right? So, if I'm willing to do this job for $63 an hour, then that means I'm willing to do this job for $131,040 a year. And in that, I'm willing to give you about I'm willing to give you about 208 extra hours if I'm on salary for that. I'm willing to give you about a 44-hour week for that money. And it's that simple. If you want, and I'll say that to you, be like, for what you're asking me to do, I'll work a 44-hour week at $131,000 a year. And if the management says deal right away, really, really quickly, then I know I fucked myself. Then I know I underbid. That's why you never give a number. That's why I've said this many times. When you're going into a job interview and you get to the point where you're talking about money, then what you should do is you should have yourself a little post-it note. And when they start talking about money, don't ever give your dollar amount first. But you know your number, because I've done the know your number exercise on the show enough times. I only do it if somebody says, I don't know your number. So I walk in and I have on my slip of paper $131,040. And when they say, how much money are you looking for? I say, well, how much money are you offering? And if they're like, well, we're really looking for what range you want to know, I say, well, I'm really looking into what range you can afford. So why don't you start me off where you're thinking that you want to buy my skill set? Because I've presented my skills. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down a dollar amount right here. I'm going to put this in my pocket. And we're going to see. And so they come back with $134,000. I say, I'll take your number. Let's go. If they come back with $117,000, I'm probably just going to look at them and say, well, I have a number written on my shirt pocket, but no thanks. I don't even think we can start negotiating salary at your starting point. So it was a great interview. Thank you for having me, but that number's too low for me to even start. Well, they come back and they're like, well, what about 127? 127? I can work with that because I figured out I want 130.40. You're offering me this, right? My number is all the way down here. I can live on 95, right? You offered me 127, 131. I'll be like, okay, let's start with your number. 127? Yeah, 127 for a 40-hour work week. That sounds pretty good. Right, it's the same reason why when you're buying a car or something. When you're buying a car, when the dealer says to you, well, what's your monthly budget? Well, don't worry about my monthly budget. You worry about the out-the-door price. Well, what about your trade-in? My trade-in's not relevant till we establish an out-the-door price. If you want to not get boned on a car sale, and most car sales tricks are going out the window now anyway, because most of the car dealers won't negotiate anyway. The negotiation isn't going to be on the out-the-door price anymore. The negotiation is all going to be on the financing and the trade-in. Most car dealerships don't fuck about with the price at all. But you just say, if they say, well, what's your monthly budget? Your only concern is to sell me the car, and to sell me the car, you have to make the out-the-door price fall in my range. Because car dealerships don't give a shit about selling cars anymore. They give a shit about selling financing. Which, I told you guys, I bought a new car about 2 months ago. And the guy was a total douchebag. The salesman was great. The finance guy was an asshole. I looked at him and I sold him a bunch of stuff, and I said, all I care about is using this loan to help my wife's credit. And the guy fucked me about. So I know for a fact he doesn't get his kickback unless I carry the loan for a year. I'm paying that shit off as soon as I'm back from Disney. As soon as I'm back from Disney and I get next month's money, I'm paying off that fucking car loan. Your sister-in-law works as an assistant manager at Dollar Tree, making the same hourly as my friend's teen working at Popeyes. Right. This right here, folks, is why all these other debates and all these other arguments and all these other talking points are completely useless. This is the fact right here we need to address. My town has 2 Dollar Trees in it. Neither fucking one of them was open last night because neither one of them can keep a staff. Because working at the Dollar Tree sucks balls. First of all, when you're at the Dollar Tree, the customers think that they're at fucking Louis Vuitton or Versace. Dude, it's the fucking Dollar Tree. Okay? It's Dollar General. You know what you're getting. You're getting the bottom of the bin of the bull. You never find, like, you might find once in a fucking year a great deal at the Dollar Tree. I found a copy of Ender's Game for 99 cents. Okay? I'm surprised half the words weren't spelt wrong. But you're an assistant manager making what a teenager is making out of Popeyes? Why does Dollar Tree have so much theft? Because the employees are not about to confront anybody for 12 bucks an hour, 15 bucks an hour, 18 bucks an hour. Fuck that. Steal the whole fucking store. I don't give a shit. I ain't getting in your way. Told you I was a mall security guard because I've done a lot of things in my life to put food on the table. Was a mall security guard. Half the stores, we had a list of who would prosecute and who would not. If you were a store that would prosecute, I would run my ass there to catch your shoplifter so we could prosecute them. So then on the police blotter, it would say arrested, prosecuted, sentence. Arrested, prosecuted, sentence. If you were going to prosecute, I'll work to recover your goods. I remember, Ender's Game, right? I remember there was a day, lady walked into one of those women's stores with a garbage bag. Her and another lady walked in with a garbage bag. They stole everything off of the front table and started walking to their car. So we get the car that there's a shoplifter. So I'm not fucking running after him. I trot up to the store and they're like, they're those two ladies. I'm like, are you going to prosecute? No, our store policy is we don't prosecute. All right, well then I'll just tail them to their car and get the license plate. As I walk back, the manager's like, why didn't you stop them? They stole thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. If you don't prosecute, then I'm detaining somebody and I could get sued for unlawful detainment because you're not willing to prosecute. That store, the very next week, the district manager came down to the security office and was like, I want to talk to the people that, and it's like, yeah, my boss is like, it's right him. He's one of the floor supervisors. He's right there. I was like, I'm not going to stop somebody, detain them, have Orland Park Police Department rolling here with lights and sirens on to try to make a stop if you're not going to prosecute, because then I'm opening myself up to liability and I'm opening up the police to liability because you won't say the shit is stolen. You can only be convicted of possession of stolen merchandise if you're willing to prosecute. Well, we just wanted our merchandise recovered. They stole thousands of dollars worth of shirts. Then prosecute them. Well, that goes against our corporate policy. It was like, my wife was telling me a story about, my wife was in court, she got a ticket. And there was a guy, when you go into traffic court in my place where I'm at, all the state's attorneys are there at like 7:30 in the morning to speed run through the tickets. Somebody was screaming at a state's attorney. The judge walked down, tapped the state's attorney on the shoulder. The state's attorney stood up. The judge sat down and said, try that with me. The dumb motherfucker started screaming at the judge. And the judge was just like, one more word out of you and I'm finding you in contempt. This is not how you conduct yourself. I don't give a fuck. Take him to jail. Why would they send you a bankruptcy letter? Most likely, that was a store that probably owed you money. There was probably some lawsuit or class action lawsuit, and they sent you the bankruptcy letter to let you know they're going bankrupt. You might have had a 401k with them that you didn't know, or they sent it to all the employees. Sometimes places send letters and you never know why. Let's see.
Are you...
What else do we got today? Oh. So you all know my running joke that it doesn't matter which issue is going on. As soon as the issue changes, everybody becomes a scholar on everything. When we're talking about vaccines, everybody is a vaccination specialist. When we're talking about ICE, everybody is an immigration lawyer. When we're talking about the Constitution, everybody's a constitutional scholar. I want you to see this because this is where somebody who's actually a subject matter expert comes in and lays the smackdown.
Article 2 of the Constitution states that the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. In other words, it is the President that defines the executive branch. When you read this language, it says that no court may take over that role. No court may define or limit the scope of the duties of an official of the executive office of the President, the people who work in the executive office. I think that what your amendment does is a violation of separation of powers, and it's a violation of Article 2 of the Constitution.
The gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will.
It's always good when the constitutionalist specialist comes in. It helps us all. So what you're saying is that the bill codifies Article 2 for purposes of the court being reminded and instructed of their limitations, and the amendment would undo that.
That's exactly right, because then it would imply that a federal court could in fact define or limit the scope of the duties of those individuals who work within the executive office of the President, and that is not a federal court's role. That is for, under Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution, that power is vested in a President of the United States of America.
So all the people that have been going on and on and on about federal courts have the authority to issue a nationwide injunction against the president. They don't. They don't have that authority. And I'm glad that we're finally getting people in government that are literally saying we need to follow the Constitution as written. And if there's other things passed that violate the Constitution, then we need to get rid of those other things that have been passed. Right? And it's not hard. It's not hard to see this shit. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. Period. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court. Right? Now, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. What is the executive power? Everything that in the Constitution is thus given to the executive. If you want to know what all the executive powers are, then you got to go through all of Article 2. Right? All of Article 2. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4. Right? So, and by the way, the Constitution's not that long. Here's the problem. If you're from the 12th federal district, you can issue an injunction for the 12th federal district. And nobody has made the argument. No, the Constitution isn't 2,000 pages long. The Constitution of the United States, even with all the amendments, is actually shorter than many of the end user license agreements gamers sign without reading. Hey, Dram. Where we have an issue is that federal courts can issue injunctions for their district, which does cause a bit of a problem because you could have something be legal in Texas but illegal in New York. And that's why things are supposed to filter up to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court could say, we're taking this case and this case and we're conjoining them together so that we can hear both arguments. Multiple states are finding that their requirements for people to have licensure to have concealed carries are illegal or unconstitutional. Personally, we need to rewrite the Constitution because we need to detail out gun law as simply as possible in the Constitution, so there's no more debate. Look, you have the right to bear arms, but not the right to arm bears. You have the right to concealed carry if you want. We will create a national database of gun owners. If you are currently on mental health medication or have a mental health diagnosis, and we can sit down with the doctors and we can figure out which diagnoses we don't want people to have guns. If you have one of these diagnoses, your name will be logged in the federal database and you can't have guns. You probably have a civil war at the mention of changing what the Constitution says about guns. I don't think you would, because we're going to codify in the law stricter protections for gun owners, at the same time giving the critics of weak gun laws everything they want. Look, I have never met anybody who doesn't want Bob, who is really unsafe with his gun, to have a gun. If you go to any gun range and you ask, hey, who's the guy that's a danger with their gun? They'll all laugh. They'll all be, oh yeah, we got a Fred, we got a Bob, we got a Susie, we got a Jenny. They'll all laugh about it. Like, they all fucking agree. Hey man, of all the people that come in here and shoot, is there one person you think shouldn't have guns? But no, everyone should have guns. No, I'm not talking about like they shouldn't have the right to have guns. Like, they just shouldn't have them because they're reckless. Oh, fuck yeah. You see that hole in the ceiling? That's fucking Bob, man. Bob was swatting at a fly with his gun. He fucking cooked off a round. Good thing the dance club wasn't upstairs that day. I'm gonna go with one that's going to
Article 2 of
be
the
inflammatory. It's gonna merge two of everybody's favorite topics together. Maybe I hate the way that I hate the fact that the cover pictures are different when I open these through OBS.
If you don't own a gun, you don't get to make decisions about gun laws. That's how abortions work.
Oh yeah, I forgot the last time I got an abortion, 5 people died and 14 people were injured.
That is not the slam dunk that you think it is. Since 1972, there have been about 8,000 mass shooting fatalities in the United States, which is way too many. However, if we take a look at the amount of abortions that have taken place in the United States since 1972, it comes out to about 63 million. That means for every one person that loses their life in a mass shooting, there are 8,000 children who have their bodies ripped apart inside of their mother's womb. Now, 63 million is a really hard number to comprehend, so keep in mind that that is over 6 Holocausts. One of the largest genocides in all of history pales in comparison to what we are doing to defenseless children. Now, globally, there have been 2.4 billion abortions.
Why would you only choose mass shootings? Because as you figured out in England, Europe, you guys don't have gun laws, but you still have murders, right? Mass shootings are what people have a problem with guns. We don't have a problem with regular shootings, because if you're gonna shoot somebody, if you want to murder somebody and you don't have a gun, you stab them, you hit them with a bat, you put scalding water on their chest, you poison them, you run them over with a car. Mass shootings is where the issue comes from. You're gonna have murders, one way or another, right? Right. There were 570. No, there were more than that. In England and Wales, I don't have Scotland's numbers, there were 570 murders, right? In 2024. That's a lot of murders. But the number that always gets compared is gun victims. People will be like, "Oh, there were only 22 homicides in England and Wales last year." No, there were only 22 shooting victims. So I don't know about you, but the other 548 are kind of important. Like, yeah, no one's gonna say that America doesn't have a fuck ton of murders. So let me just Why is 3 considered mass? Just for, it's a subjective arbitrary line. Let's see if I can get this number. Okay, so the number of murders in the United States versus England and Wales, right? Radically different. Radically different. Let's see if I can get these numbers real quick. So you're going to see that these numbers don't roll properly. When is that? Hey, I got this shit. I got this shit, man. I'm all good. I got my fucking numbers. You worry about your fucking numbers. Don't worry about my numbers. I got my numbers. Right? So, if things were right, if things were good, we do 340 divided by 60.9, so 5.58. So, we should only have 3,180 murders if we want to do per capita. We have 5 times the number of murders we should have in comparison to England and Wales. But you could get rid of all the fucking guns. You could get rid of all the motherfucking guns in this country. And as I just showed you with England and Wales, they only have 22 firearm homicides. So they have 548 other homicides. Maybe if we got rid of all the guns in America, we would reduce it. Why do I think the murder statistics are as high as they are in the United States? Okay, that's a great question. And there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, I like English law. English law doesn't really try to differentiate between murder and homicide. I really like Europe. I like Europe for this reason. Y'all don't have 15 different, y'all don't have like 15 different things due to sentencing. Europe really operates on a contingency of, did you intentionally end the life of another human being? Or did you unintentionally end the life of another human being? We have premeditated murder with like a concrete plan. We have like a premeditated murder and you were thinking about killing the motherfucker, but you didn't have a plan. Then you have homicide 1, 2, 3, and 4. You have unintentional homicide, justifiably homicide. We have reckless homicide. We have like 19 different ways to charge somebody with homicide because our court system is fucked up. I like the fact that your law is still very much, I like English law, I like European law, because you have to prove to the judge, like, your judges can dismiss a case. The judges can, in Europe, and I know Europe's different everywhere, so somebody's like, well, in Italy versus Greece, yeah, I get it. But the overall thing is, at the end of the prosecution's presentation, the defense doesn't have to make a motion like they do in America that you didn't meet the prima facie. In Europe, most of the Europe criminal courts, the judge will be like, I have to dismiss this case because you have failed to meet the letter of the law argument. In America, if the defense attorney doesn't motion that, the judge is like, let's go. I got fucking Wapner at 4. Let's go. I got a date with I got to get a blowjob from a fucking legal clerk by 4:30, and she's got to bring me back the black robe that she got a mess on the last time. But why do we have such high murder statistics in the U.S.? Because we have too many fucking people living in too small of an area. If you look at the United States, we are very rapidly becoming Judge Dredd. We are very rapidly becoming Mega City 1. We have too many people living on top of each other. In Europe, you have like a town, and then you have like space. Not much anymore, because you guys, like one European viewer said, they were building like 1,000 new houses in their small town. But we have people stacked on top of each other, and we don't have anything. Yeah, but it's the only way to build affordable housing. Right. And that's another thing. Because everything ties in everything else. We have homeless people in America, but we have illegal immigrants in housing that are willing to pay more than the housing is worth for a landlord that won't call immigration. You have people paying $1,100 a month for a $700 a month apartment because they pay in cash, and the landlord won't fuck with them because the landlord's making $400 extra a month. So that means that if that landlord didn't have those illegal immigrants to rent to, he would have to rent that apartment for $700 to an American family. That's why he's cool with illegal immigration, because who are the illegal immigrants going to call? We also don't have opportunity, which is that discussion from earlier. Are we talking about equality or equity? Equal results or equal opportunities? Who was it? Always forget how crowded it is until I see the light map of the United States. Then it's like, why not move? Well, right. But the problem is where their light map is dim, those towns you don't want to go to. You don't want to go to those towns because they don't want you. Try going to some small... If you remember the movie Rambo, John is walking into a town, sheriff picks him up, drops him off on the outskirts of town the far way. Drive into some of these small towns in America, and the sheriff will be on top of you before you've even gotten to the diner to get something to eat. The first time I visited my in-laws, I didn't think about where we were going. I was going to a small Missouri town, and I'm wearing, I don't know, $600 boots, a $2,000 leather jacket, $500 Oakleys, about $1,000 watch, and I'm putting gas in the car so that we can, because my in-laws live like 20 miles outside town. Before we even got to my in-laws, they had gotten several phone calls because they saw their daughter with the, quote, city drug dealer. I was a staff sergeant in the Air Force. No, Rolex is like 10 grand. That's the small town complex. Right? That's the small town complex. In my town, they run anybody out of town that they don't know. So why do we have such a high murder rate? Americans wake up fucking angry. I've been in Europe, I've lived in Europe, I've lived in America, I've studied in Asia, I've studied in Mexico, I've studied in the Middle East, I've lived in the Middle East. Americans wake up fucking mad. There's a comedian, his name is Kevin Bloody Wilson, he's Australian. He gave a really great example of understanding an American that has stuck with me forever. An American will move a chair away from the table, and then that night when they're walking through the room to get a glass of water, they'll trip over the fucking chair that they moved, and they'll start cussing, what sort of dumb son of a bitch left the chair here? But it's them, they're the dumb son of a bitch. An Australian will do that, and when they walk out and they hit their chair, they'll say, well, aren't I a dumb cunt? I should have turned the fucking light on. It's just a matter of perspective. Yeah, Americans are jealous of other Americans. Europeans are starting to get a little bit that way. But Europeans, for the most part, I love going to Europe. In German people, I think I got a German or two here. We went to Rammstein. and we were staying off post, and the group of people that I was with, I was there for a little bit longer. I was already in the house when they arrived. Group of people showed up. There was a movie theater not too far from where we were living, and what they said was, yeah, let's go get something to eat and then go to the movies. I said, which of those two things do you want to do? Because this ain't America. Do you want to go get something to eat, or do you want to go to the movies? They said, what do you mean? We'll just run in, we'll get something to eat, and then we'll go to the movie theater. I said, what do you mean you're just going to run into a German restaurant and get something to eat? You're going to be at dinner for 2.5 hours. This ain't America, man. They're not expecting to turn the table 5 times in 5 hours. They're expecting to turn the table once. Early dinner or late dinner. That's all they're expecting. They're not trying to get you to sit down, shut up, eat, and get out. You're gonna get served your food ain't even gonna come for like 90 minutes. They're like, there's no way. I was like, fine, fuck it. Let's go to dinner first. Just so you guys can see this. You go in, you sit down. They're fucking Germans, so they're as friendly as Germans are, but they're not exactly the jewel of Europe for friendliness. I think we can all agree to that. But you know, they're polite, they're cordial, they're happy. They bring you water, they bring you your drinks. 3 ice cubes, what the fuck, whatever. Then they bring you bread. They don't even come back for fucking 20 minutes after they brought you bread. Because you're supposed to relax. You're supposed to enjoy. You're supposed to break bread with each other. Then they come back and you order and you get your appetizer and then your meal. Your appetizer will probably show up after you've been at the table for 45 minutes. And it's not until everybody is done with their appetizer that then your food comes out. And then your food is done. And then you're like, if you're an American, you're like, tick-tock, motherfucker. I've been done eating for 97 seconds. Where's my bill? And then they're going to come along and they're like, what do you want for dessert? And you want dessert because you're sitting there as an American the first time you're in Europe and you've just eaten a meal. You've eaten bread. You've eaten an appetizer. You've eaten your meal and you're still hungry. Why? Because there's no 24-ounce ribeye coming to your table. They serve a portion of food that is a portion of food that leaves room for dessert. So we're done with dinner and we're walking. They're like, holy shit, Jay, you're right. I was like, yeah, man. If you're gonna go to a restaurant in this town, that's your evening. That's your evening. This ain't America. Europeans are a lot more laid back than Americans because they just understand, like, tomorrow is going to come. There's going to be work to do tomorrow. There's going to be stuff to enjoy tomorrow. Americans are like, how do we fit 36 hours of day into a 24-hour window? Americans are fast. Europeans, you wake up in Europe, they're chill as fuck, comparatively. Now, when you start getting into the bigger cities, they're more the Western audience. Yeah, Americans, we're always on the go. We're on the go because we're on the go, and we got to have things fast because we're on the go. You pull into a gas station in some European towns, guy comes out, checks the tires, checks the oil, washes your windows. In America, man, you're like, pull in. I gotta be fucking out of here in 19 seconds. Yeah, Japan is so competitive in the workforce. Those motherfuckers are dying of strokes in their 30s. If you don't believe me, look up Japanese sleeping tubes. Yeah, you walk to a bakery before work. You have a coffee. You sit. You see your neighbors. When you're in a small European town for long enough, if you're a regular, you have a chair. You have a table. You walk in. They see you coming from down the block. They've already poured you a cuppa. You walk in, you're like, oh, is somebody sitting here? And after you've been there for a while, they're like, yeah, you are. Sit down. That's your seat in the morning. You're one of us now. That's your coffee. Americans, shit. Some places you're a regular. Yeah, Spain has siesta. Mexico has siesta. Now, You're on siesta, and then you go back to work, and then you go home. But like when I was in Oaxaca, it was like they would come out to where we were working, and they'd be like, "Come on, where are we going? We're going to get more food. More food? More food? We just and they're like, you're too skinny, come on." It was like 120 pounds at that point. "You're too skinny, come on. Abuelita saw you too skinny, you come on. I got yelled at, you gotta come to dinner." I can't come to dinner. They literally like, "You gotta come to dinner, I'm gonna get yelled at. And then she's gonna come out here and get you." Okay. A good friend of mine in tech school went to visit her grandmother. I was eating dining facility food. She saw how skinny I was. By the time we were leaving, I had 12 Tupperware things. Tamales, taco meat. I was like, what am I gonna do with all this? She's like, "You're gonna eat it. I'll see you next weekend." It's like, what? This is like 4 weeks worth of food for me. You're too skinny. Americans are just so high-strung about everything. Americans raise their voice about everything. It's why, you know, when my wife found the thing and put in the thing and the offer, "You want to pay me a bunch of money to come to Ireland?" Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that, take the money, set my kid up for life, and then, you know, enjoy the rest. Enjoy the ride.
If you don't own...
Let's see. Wait, hold on. Why did I pull hers?
So a pro-choice judge in New Hampshire just gave unborn children federal rights. Yeah, the same people who scream "My body, my choice" just walked into a federal court and asked a judge to protect unborn babies under the Constitution. Let's go ahead and break this down. So a class action lawsuit was filed to block Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship for kids born to illegal immigrants. And the plaintiffs argued that it would cause irreparable harm to the unborn children of those immigrants. So they needed that legal protection right now. And Judge Joseph Laplanti said, yeah, sure. So he certified the case, and it explicitly includes unborn children in it. That means that for the first time ever in a federal courtroom, unborn babies were granted legal standing under the 14th Amendment. And whether the left meant to do it or not, that is a massive pro-life movement win. Because now we have a ruling out there that states that the government cannot harm the unborn because they are considered a person under the law. This isn't just semantics. This is precedent. And now the door is wide open for future lawsuits that protect the unborn, not just in immigration, but all across the board. And the irony of this all is this didn't even involve a single conservative. These were pro-abortion Democrats that are trying to stop Trump that just accidentally argued unborn children deserve constitutional protection. Y'all played yourselves. And I'm gonna say this loud and for everybody to hear. Life begins at conception, and now so does legal protection of it.
So now you see you had that Kansas lawsuit, or the Kansas law that was passed. Now you've got this court case. And look, this is why, and I need all the pro-life people to understand, I am not trying to make an argument for abortion in this instance, but this is why only the Supreme Court should be hearing cases like this, because now you have a federal district court has extended protection under the law to unborn children, which means not only is the door wide open for a lot of things, the door is now wide open for any state to use that as jurisprudence to charge you with murder. So that means you can get charged with murder, right? Because you have an abortion. As far as, I think that video was great until she gets, and for the record, life begins at conception. Look, life doesn't begin at conception. I'm a Catholic. I'm supposed to say life begins at conception, but I don't. Life doesn't begin at conception. When it begins is something that we all have to come to the table. We all have to be reasonable. We all have to be level-headed. We all need to be calm And we need to come up with a viable set of understanding and a viable set of exceptions. And until we can do that, we're never going to fix the problem. Because the people that are on the fringes and say, I should always be able to have an abortion no matter the child's age, weeks, whatever, you're wrong. And all the people over here that are like, there's never a reason to have an abortion ever for any reason, you're wrong. We have to move that into at least the third standard deviation so we get rid of the fringe cases, right? If you want to be on the side that says you can never have an abortion no matter what, who's going to pay for, here's the top range, here's the bottom range. The answer is somewhere in the middle, but the third standard deviation, outside the third standard deviation fringe cases, we don't want to hear from you because you're such a small exception. You can never have an abortion. Well, what if it's going to save the mother's life? I could live with the extreme abortion camp, but that isn't a marketable position. No, it's not a marketable position because I think the boundary line is when the child could exist outside of the mother, that's where abortions should stop. That 22-week mark. You can exist outside of the host. Well, you had 22 weeks to make up your decision to have an abortion. You decided not to have an abortion until now. Well, now you're going to roll with it for 11 more weeks or 14 more weeks. Sorry. You had 20 weeks of decision-making capacity. You decided not to. With that said, the no abortion people, hi. What if a mother's going to die? Abortion as a form of someone's contraception, birth control is a concerning party. Right, exactly. But this is why only the Supreme Court should be making rulings like this, because now you have a courtroom, you have a judge, a singular judge, not a panel of 9. A singular judge made a ruling that impacts everybody, and that judge didn't have the authority to do that. Sexual assault victims. That is a hard one. That is a very, very, very hard one. For a lot of reasons. First of all, all the people that are like, no abortion, no ever, aren't thinking about the child. See, that's where I say, maybe this is the wrong audience for this, but I find Republicans so hypocritical. Well, here, let me help you out. It's not the wrong audience for that statement, but you need to replace Republican with politician. And here's why. For every hypocritical thing a Republican does, a Democrat has done something equally or more so hypocritical. We can't say both of the parties, if you're being honest, if you're being outright honest and you're being critical of your party and the other party, the Democrats and the Republicans are both equally fucking embarrassing. They're both equally embarrassing. Most of the shit that comes out of politicians, they're all fucking hypocritical. Where I draw the line with things, though, is people are uncomfortable. Do I have abortion on here? I do have abortion on here. So, as you can see, abortion. The Republicans are opposed to abortion. The Democrats support abortion. And as the leader of the Common Sense Party, the Enough is Enough middle party, the right to choose is important, but so is access to alternatives and education. I hate Republicans that say abortion shouldn't be a thing because every life matters. But once they're born, how much does a Republican care about the health and well-being of an American citizen? I need you to stop that. And what I need you to do is I need you to stop, because how much do the Democrats care about the health and well-being of American citizens? And the answer is 0. I want to remind you, and I'm just going to put this out here. Under President Obama, Obamacare passed, which was a really great thing. Except if you didn't have medical insurance under Obama and the Democrats, you got fined and you had to pay a fine. Poor people that couldn't afford to buy health insurance got fined for not having health insurance. So again, nobody cares about the health and well-being of American citizens. The Democrats could have made a bunch of changes under the Biden administration. They didn't. Yes, Obama had good intentions with Obamacare, but our government is corrupt as a whole, and you're absolutely right. So the way you battle that is this. What you're doing right now, and it's fine that you're doing it, but what you're doing is you're doing a polarized thing. You're doing this. You're going after Republicans, which means the Republicans are going to come after you with both barrels. The smarter move is this. Got the Democrats over here, the Republicans over here. Here's me in the middle. You want to go after an issue. I want to go after the issue. And we can come over here and get some Republicans that want to go after that issue. If you make it about them, then they make it about you. And I'm stuck here in the middle by myself talking about the issue. Don't turn it around on the other party. Because let's be honest, right? And where's my other chart? Because this is the really important chart. That little tiny itty bitty blue at the bottom of the 2025 number represents 50% of the population. 50% of the population only has 2.5% of the wealth. If everybody turned everything into a one issue discussion, and that is poverty, well, is there an argument that the 50% of people are going to say, I don't want to fix the problems with poverty? Yeah, I'm sure that the Republicans wake up every day and they think they have good intentions. And that's the problem with things that are subjective. I don't think anybody in government wakes up and says, how can I fuck this? Okay, Donald Trump probably wakes up and says, how do I fuck this government up more today? But we need to become about the issues, not about the people. Wolf Agar brings up pro-birth, not pro-life. I think we need to divide out pro-life, pro-choice to pro-abortion, anti-abortion. Because it's not about the life. When people turn around and say, I'm pro-life, really? How many hours did you read to kids at the library this week? How many hours did you donate to Big Brothers Big Sisters? How many foster kids do you have? How many hours a week do you tutor kids, underprivileged kids? I don't do any of that. Then you're not pro-fucking life. You're anti-abortion. Pro-life is not protesting outside of a Planned Parenthood, because most of the time the abortions aren't performed at the Planned Parenthood facility. But what you're doing is you're protesting outside of a facility that a girl may be walking into to try to find an alternative to the abortion. She already knows where to go to get the abortion. She's going into the Planned Parenthood to try to find adoptive parents. That's the only place she knows to start. Or you got the other girl that's walking in there because she needs to get on birth control. And we can go the full gambit of maybe she's just a slut whore who wants to get free birth control so she can fuck everybody on the varsity basketball team. Or maybe she wants to get birth control because her stepfather is molesting her. But whatever her reason, she doesn't want to walk through a crowd of 50 protesters. See, if your protest is with Planned Parenthood, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, abortion is a messy topic. And nobody wants to sit down at the table and say, great. The same question for those who support abortion. You're right. I don't think abortion, as a Catholic, politically, I am pro-choice. And the reason why I'm pro-choice politically is because I want to be able to have full control over my medical decisions. I hate living in a world where I know this to be true. Last time I checked, Obama was trying to do something for his citizens, not for big corporate. Really? Really? I'm going to ask you a question. It's an honest to God question. What do you think the result of Obamacare was. Obamacare forced people to buy health insurance. Who did buying health insurance benefit? Fucking health insurance companies. It was a garbage mess. Imagine how many backroom deals he had to do to get that passed. You're right. We live in a world where everything will always benefit big corporate. Was Obama trying to make things better? Sure. It's funny that under the Obama administration, millions of people were deported and Democrats weren't against that. But now that we have a Republican president, the Democrats are against deporting. More people were deported under Obama's administration than Trump's administration. Any 4 years. I'm so tired of everybody talking out both sides of their mouth. We need to stop going after the other party. We need to stick to the issues. We need to stick to the issues. What is the argument for allowing undocumented workers to stay in America? Allowing undocumented people to come to America? Well, they're people. Yeah, so are 1 in 6 children that live in poverty. So if we only have $1 to spend, do we spend it on undocumented people or do we spend it on American citizens? Well, and nobody wants to talk to the point. They want to talk around the point. Look, I would love to have our nation be so prosperous that we could bring everybody in. But as I showed right here, the poorest 50% of America only has 2.5% of the wealth. Where the fuck do you think the undocumented immigrants are coming in? They're not coming in the green, they're not coming in the orange, they're not coming in the blue, and they're not coming in at the purple. The undocumented workers are coming in that little teeny tiny bottom square. We need to fix this chart so that the lowest 50% of Americans are at least sharing the bottom 30% of the wealth. But then the problem comes is what happens when we give wealth to the financially illiterate? Well, what I can tell you is this right here, and I'll get the other number. I know this one off the top of my head. The orange to green line is that you at 900,000 total dollars in assets puts you in the green. Let me grab the other number. This right here is 32,000. This is 32,000 in annual salary for a household of 4. Yeah. See, this is why people like me don't get backed. This is why people like me, I could never run for politics because I challenge the establishment. The problem is, in order to get everybody to understand the problem, you got to look at the unwashed masses and say, hey, you guys stink. You're the unwashed masses. Read a book, take a shower, wear deodorant, have some pride in yourself. Stop blaming the system for your problem. One person, full-time job, 15 hours makes 31,000. If you have 2 working parents, that's 62,000. No, it's not. If you have 2 working parents, where are the kids? Where are the kids? We just had somebody on here on the show the other day that talked about they pay $160 a week for childcare. They're about to have a second child, which would put them at $320 a week in childcare. That's half of the other working parents' income. You also say that makes $31,000, except that's not what you make. Because we've decided that the poverty line, yeah, that number is a 2-parent family. It's 2 parents, 2 kids. The problem is Bernie Sanders wanted to push through this idea of a $15 federal minimum wage, which he got through in 5 years ago. He got that through 5 years ago. The problem is we raised minimum wage, and what problems did it solve? We didn't raise the federal minimum wage, but because we gave everybody $600 a week in federal unemployment, everybody got used to that quality of life. Did they pay down their bills? No. They bought shit like shoes and cars and phones and TVs. When you have an income of $31,200, but you pay $5,000 or $6,000 in taxes, if we're gonna say that $31,200 is the poverty line, because that's what they're trying to say. Poverty line is like $15,008, if I recall correctly. I don't have it directly in front of me. No, that's not post-tax. That's not post-tax. The bottom part of America operates differently than the top part. Because remember, the top part of America has wealth, not money. The people at the bottom of the food chain have money. Right? Yeah, California, let's raise minimum wage for fast food workers. Domino's, fire all 1,500 delivery drivers. Searching my notes real quick. Well, those people that were looking at life of $31K a year should have done what we did and joined the military. You're right. You're absolutely right. If you want to know assets, to be in this field right here by assets, you need 900,000 in assets to be in the green. You need 192,000 in assets to be in the orange. I want you to think about that. $192,000 in assets. Yeah, net worth of 192,000 to be in the orange. So the bottom 50% of America has own a house. Well, not even, because the other day on the show, I showed off a bunch of houses near me that were $45,000, $50,000, $60,000. They needed a lot of work. Right? But you can get a house for cheap. You just got to be willing. Where do I live? Southern Illinois. I live in the Metro East area. The town that I showed the houses for is closer to civilization than I am. You live in St. Louis? Okay, so then what I'm talking about is Belleville, Illinois. If you live in St. Louis, then you know Belleville, Shiloh, Fairview Heights. You don't think you'd want to live in Belleville? Belleville's great. Belleville's amazing. Yeah, it's Belleville, and there's houses for $45,000 to $100,000. They need a lot of work. I mean, you're going to buy a house. Yeah, you can get a $60,000 house, but you're going to have to go in and you're going to have to recognize. You're going to be ripping up floors and carpet. You're going to be redoing paint. You're going to be probably changing out some fixtures. But when people are paying $13, $14, $15, $1,800 a month in rent, my daughter is experiencing this right now. My daughter moved out of, I told you guys, I got my daughter an amazing 2-bedroom apartment for $750 a month. She moved out of it. Now her and her boyfriend are looking for anywhere that they can live. Anywhere they can live. They got to get out of where they're renting. They can't find a place. They can't find a place to rent. Everywhere they find a rent is close to $2,000 a month. And now my, why do all that when you can buy a new modular home for 70 to 80K? Because it's a modular home. Why would I want to pay $80,000 for a home that has a lifespan on it? Modular homes don't last forever. St. Charles for $1,500, yeah, but then that puts them the wrong way. She needs to be here because this is where her school is. How's the internet? Fiber. 1 gig up, 1 gig down. Illinois had great veteran education benefits, and then some asshat fucking forgot to fund them. Some asshat allowed our veterans benefits to fall off of the budget. Imagine that. Yeah, they forgot to include it, and they forgot to include the rider. They forgot to include the rider. So let's see.
So a pro-choice judge.
What else do we got today? Oh, I'm gonna play a couple pharmacist videos. The first one I'm gonna play is this woman who doesn't understand maybe why CVS doesn't want to fill her prescriptions.
Let's watch this together. I got banned from ever filling any prescription medications from CVS ever again. I am a recovering addict. The reason I became an addict was because at 19 years old, a doctor prescribed me a pretty hefty prescription of pain medication that I should have never gotten.
You got prescribed a pretty healthy dose of narcotic painkillers that you never should have gotten. Okay, I don't know where you got your medical degree, but as an addict in the last 5 years, all the opioid laws prevent doctors from giving you pretty hefty painkillers. In fact, the doctor has to do justifications for giving you outside of the lowest dosage of painkillers.
And unfortunately, my Crohn's disease got more and more severe in my 20s, and I just couldn't take the pain anymore. And
I couldn't take the pain anymore. So you were probably complaining to your doctor about the pain, and he walked you up on your painkillers. Remember, for those of you that aren't addicts, I will tell you this. Painkillers are not supposed to make your pain go away. Painkillers are supposed to make your pain manageable. If you're still feeling pain, but you can function, your painkiller is doing its job. If you want to live pain-free, you are an addict. Hi, I'm an addict.
I became more and more addicted to pain medications. I fill my medications early because life happens.
I filled my medications early because life happens.
I'm busy, I'm working night shift, or I'm sleeping, or just to be prepared for when I run out so I don't have to run to the pharmacy to grab anything. Most times with narcotics and my insurance specifically, I can fill my medications up to 2 to 3 days early.
Correct. Most times you can fill your prescriptions 2 days early. But I want you to reference back to what she said about herself. And she said she's a recovering addict.
That's what my insurance allows. Well, I always had little arguments with the pharmacy because they tell me they couldn't do it 3 days ahead.
I always had little arguments with the Does anybody want to doubt right now that those arguments weren't little? Doubt it now, because we're going to see.
They could do it 2 days ahead. Fine, whatever. Still got my medication, no problem. Now for the last year and a half, I have been clean off of prescription pain meds. So for the last year and a half, have been on a assisted medication to keep me off of those medications. It basically just helps stop the cravings and stop the withdrawals at the end of the day. Nothing crazy, doesn't give you any of those crazy feelings like a narcotic does, but it is considered a narcotic at the end of the day.
Yes, it is considered a narcotic at the end of the day because it is addictive and habit forming.
And that's where the issue comes into play sometimes when it comes to, when it can be filled, how many days, whatever. Now, my doctor had called in my prescription a little early, which I already knew because I went to my doctor's appointment a little early because of my work schedule,
Okay, who the fuck goes to a doctor's appointment to get all their prescriptions? Also, when you go to a doctor's appointment, like, trust me, if you don't believe me, I can go get, probably no joke, 50 different prescription bottles. No, not anything can be addictive. Sorry, wrong again. Not with medication. There is specifically medication that's not habit forming. You can psychosomatically become addicted to it, but the medication itself isn't addictive. When your doctor calls in your medication, it's because you don't have any refills left. It's treated as a new fill.
No big deal. I didn't even call about my medication until like 2 days later, because then the 3 days ahead mark came, and that was on my day off. So I knew, perfect, you know, I got a day off. I'll go run and get my script, be prepared for when my prescription runs out on the 10th. Keep that in mind. So then I called CVS Pharmacy to get my prescription filled, because, you know, when it's supposedly due, you have to call and remind them.
Yeah, imagine that. They don't want, remember, once they dispense it to a patient bottle, there are some medications you can't return to stock. I'm from a small pharmacy. I'm from a small town. We have a pharmacy. I can get most of my meds there. They fill it as soon as they get it because of an agreement with me. Hey, if I have a script come in and there's a $0 copay, I will be picking the script up. If I get a script come in and there's a copay, please call me and let me know what the copay is. Because one of the times one of my injections got sent there and it was a $500 copay. I was like, you didn't order that, did you? They said, fuck no. I said, great. I'm not getting it through you.
They don't even look at their system to see which ones are supposed to be filled that day. You know what?
Correct. They don't look at their fucking... It's not your fucking CVS. It's not your CVS. You have to call and activate your prescriptions.
Whatever, but it is what it is. I call them, I tell them, hey, it's that day where my prescription can be filled 3 days early. But I also...
It's that day that my prescription be filled 3 days early. You're a fucking liar, because you have already said earlier in the own video that you know that you can only get your prescriptions 2 days early. You said that earlier in the video.
Also told them, if you guys are comfortable filling it 3 days early, like my insurance allows, you can fill it 2 days early, no problem. I'm good for tomorrow. She does her little thing, her little mapping thing to see when my medication was last picked up, blah, blah, blah. And she comes back to me and says, your prescription isn't due till the 11th. I said, no, it's due on the 10th, but it can be filled 2 to 3 days early. She goes, no, it's not filled to the 11th, and we're not filling it until the 11th because your insurance is stopping me from filling it.
Okay, now this is a valid point. Sometimes your insurance will say no early fills.
I'm like, I've been on this medication for the last year and a half. I haven't had any issues, but whatever. You know, I said I'll deal with it with my insurance. Click, we're done. I already knew in my head I was going to call my insurance and double check, but I also was going to call another pharmacist later on. So
Okay, I want you to hear that. I already knew that I was going to call my insurance, but I also already planned to call another pharmacist.
I talked to that pharmacist probably sometime in the evening that day, and then the following day, towards the end of work, I called to let them know, like, hey, you know, this is what's going on. Like, can we talk about filling my script? Then I called later on. It was a different shift. It was a different guy that had answered the phone, told him the situation about everything. He looks in the computer. He comes back and he goes, no, it can't be filled till the 11th. So I tell him, like, you know, it's due on the 10th, but, you know, my insurance allows 2 to 3 days ahead of time, blah, blah, blah. He said, oh, there's a new policy that we're not filling any narcotic medications early, like, whatsoever. But the other lady had told me it was my insurance.
Okay, now this I can actually see. Yeah, this sounds like drug-seeking behavior. Different pharmacies. No, she's not talking about different pharmacies. She's talking about different pharmacists at the same pharmacy.
Told him I don't know when that policy came to effect, but I've been having the same medication filled for the last year and a half without issue, at least 2 days ahead. Can we figure something out? Then he starts trying to trip me up. So he tries to trip me up, and he's like, well, are you out? I'm like, no, I never said that I was out. And he's like, well, clearly you're out because, you know, you're freaking out about this, blah, 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 blah. For one, I wasn't freaking out.
What are you talking about that you weren't freaking out? You're freaking out right now. You're freaking out right now making this video.
I had a little attitude because they had an attitude. And
you had a little attitude. Oh, holy shit. You imagine you had a little attitude and they didn't want to fucking help your ass.
I've never had issues the last year and a half billing 2 days ahead of time. So now I'm like, it's a shock to me. You're telling me that it can't be filled early and it's being filled a day late. So of course I have a little attitude. And I'm like, no, but something needs to be figured out. And he's like, well, let me put it to you this way. Basically, if I give it to you 2 days ahead of time, that means that you're going to have this certain amount extra. No.
Yes, that's exactly what it means, stupid. That's exactly what it means. And as a person, okay, as a person who was an addict, this is called, you know, this is called overflowing your prescriptions. I told you guys, I had a standing prescription for 2 to 4 Percocet every 4 to 6 hours. As an addict, that was 4 Percocet every 4 hours. That was basically, I was fucking house, but instead of Vicodin, it was Percocet. Every hour on the hour, popping a fucking Pez. That's exactly what it means, because if I get a prescription bottle 2 days early, it means I have 2 days worth of meds early.
That doesn't mean that at the end of the day. That means that I'm being proactive, picking up my prescriptions a little early because life happens. I'm busy. I have work, all this stuff going on. And when that old prescription runs out, I don't have to go running to the pharmacy to try and grab my prescription. I already have it and I can.
So, hold on. You wouldn't have more than your prescribed amount because you wouldn't have to run to the pharmacy. So you would have more than your prescribed amount.
Start my new prescription as soon as that one runs out at the end of the day. And I was like, can you explain more about this new rule? And he said, well, basically it means you filled your thing too early, too many times. They allowed you to fill it 2 days ahead of time, like any other prescription known to man. But now they're
Except not every other prescription known to man can be filled 2 days early.
punishing you because you filled it early for a little while, and then maybe in a little while they'll let you fill it again. Sounded like a load of BS in my opinion. So whatever, I hung up the phone. I knew at the end of the day I was going to call during the daytime because I knew the pharmacist that I had dealt with when I had issues like this. There's two specific ones at that pharmacy. They would figure it out. They would settle the situation and fill my script without issue. The next day comes around. Mind you, I just got off of work at 7 a.m. and I had to go back to work at 7 p.m. So I'm trying to rush home and get home and go to bed.
You got off of work at 7 a.m. You had to go back to work at 7 p.m. and you're rushing home. That's 12 fucking hours. This is where the pity party, that's 12 fucking hours. That's that time that's that time period of the window where you operate like everybody else and you do your errands.
But I'm also trying to figure the situation out. Mind you, I didn't end up going to sleep or at least putting my phone down and not dealing with the situation till about noon. So I was running on maybe 3 hours of sleep when I went to work. But
you put your phone down at noon. You work at 7 p.m. Assumingly you got to get up an hour before work. You got to leave for work. Let's say 90 minutes. So that's 5.5 hours of sleep.
I called that person, we're talking, blah, blah, blah. Whoever I'm on the phone with has a little bit of broken English, so she's like, give me a second, I'm going to, pass you to somebody else. She passes me to another lady. The lady that I spoke to the first time gets on the phone and says, I talked to you yesterday. I told you we're not filling your script, so you can go somewhere else because we're not filling your scripts anymore here. I'm like, so you're banning me from filling my prescriptions ever? And she said, go somewhere else. I'm not filling your prescriptions. Okay, all because I wanted clarification on if it was my insurance or a new rule, which I already knew it was my insurance because I talked to them. So I want to know what was up with this new rule. Yes, I had an attitude, but I never talked out of line to you at all.
Yes, I had an attitude. Thank you. Took us 5 minutes and 6 seconds for you to admit you had an attitude.
I just was upset because this was sprung upon me at the last minute.
Wow, so that was a lot to take in. So if you're a patient, if you're ever wondering why it's taking so long to ever reach anyone at the pharmacy on the phone, it's because we are having conversations like this with patients who are calling our pharmacy multiple times a day. Now, I don't know about these rules when it comes to controlled substances from CVS because I worked at Walgreens and so it would usually just be 2 days before. But the reason why pharmacies have to be so strict when it comes to opioids is because the government is going to sue us and looks at us so intensely. Retail companies like Walgreens and CVS have been sued millions just because of these medications. Because our government is actually going after pharmacies instead of the providers that may be overprescribing these medications or inappropriately.
Okay, I hate that fucking line because, and I'm going to show you a different video in a second, but I hate that fucking line. Instead of going after the doctors that are overprescribing the medication, except if the doctor doesn't prescribe the medication that the patient is stomping their feet about, then the patient sues the doctor and the doctor loses and the doctor's malpractice insurance ends up having to spend a bunch of money.
Prescribe them because there are certain people who do need these medications and who do well on them. But because of how strict the government is and how they're gonna come after us pretty much for filling opioids, this is why we have to do our due diligence when it comes to this. So I don't know if because of like a recent lawsuit or anything that's why CVS is getting more strict or maybe just the store, but it seems like this patient was filling it, 2 times early every single time. So I'm thinking she should have more than enough though to get her to the 11th. So I will say when a patient's trying to call and speak to like multiple pharmacists at one pharmacy, that can be looked at as a red flag. So my best piece of advice is that if you are having problems at a pharmacy, I recommend just switching to another pharmacy. Maybe it's just me personally, but if I'm arguing with a company or someone like multiple times, I don't want to support them and give them business.
Holy shit, that links back to our thing about the other one. Now, here's Here's what's interesting. My newest prescription, take 1 capsule by mouth once daily, 30 minutes before morning meal. Refill 30 times at 30 units until 10/12. So July to August, August to September, September to October. Just three fills. The initial bottle has 40 in it, and each refill has 30 in it. And this was dispensed on the 14th, which means on the 14th of August, I can refill it. On the 14th of September, I can fill it. But then I have to fill it on the 12th of October because somebody fucked up the bottle, but they'll let me do it because of how they wrote their own instructions on the pharmacy label. I can refill 3 times at 30 until 10/12. But as stupid as this is, it also has a control number on it. Now, I get it. I get it. I'm going to play this video and tell me what you think about...
Just because a prescription is written...
I'm going to play this video. Tell me what you think about this video.
Just because a prescription is written technically correct doesn't mean that it makes sense clinically. Hey y'all, my name's Maddie. I'm a clinical pharmacist who's board certified in psychiatric pharmacy, and I work 100% remote in outpatient mental health. Today we're talking script or skip. Prescriptions that are technically written correct but make me irrationally angry. Here's a prescription that came across my computer today at work. Venlafaxine 50 milligram immediate release tablets. Take 1/2 tablet twice a day for 7 days, then increase to 1/2 tablet 3 times a day for depression. Unless a patient specifically asks for immediate release 3-time-a-day dosing of any medication, why would you do that to them? A little trick to remember is that increased dosing frequency is inversely related to adherence. As we increase the dosing frequency, adherence goes down. So the next time you prescribe a medication, think how you could decrease that dosing.
How about you shut the fuck up and let the doctor be the goddamn doctor? How about you shut the fuck up and you let the doctor be the fucking doctor? Or instead of you coming on TikTok telling people that they shouldn't, that they should have any, like, look, it's a fucking mental health drug. Okay, venlafaxine is not in the early categories of drugs you use to treat mental health disorders. All right, I'm gonna give you a list of the drugs that you start with for treating what this treats for. Where is it? So your drugs that you start treating, because this drug treats major depressive disorder, not depression, major depressive disorder. General anxiety disorder, panic disorder, social anxiety, not just anxiousness, but social phobia, extreme fear of interacting with others. So this is venlafaxine. This isn't trazodone, Lexapro, Lunesta, Atarax, Remeron, gabapentin, which you shouldn't be prescribing early on anyway, doxepine, Seroquel, Elavil, Zoloft, Prazosin, Lamictal, Temazepam, or Lamictal. We're not on the early baby drugs. We're on the drug, right? I agree a bit. You're asking the patient to cut pills first of all, and then you're asking them to cut it 3 times. You're asking them to, yeah, you're right. But I also want to point out, if you're on venlafaxine, you're not on an SSRI. You're on an SNI. You're probably not working. You're probably also not only taking this medication. I do agree that you're asking the patient to cut the pills. And that is something that instead of coming to TikTok, yeah, sometimes I don't think doctors have a realistic idea of normal. And I will 100% agree with you on that. I will 100% agree. Sometimes doctors prescribe shit that is just absurd. This individual on this medication has already gone past benzodiazepines, right? They've gone past. Now, the other problem is this. You would think that a drug that has a minimum starting dosage of 37.5 milligrams would come in a 37.5 milligram tablet. And this is another thing that sometimes drugs are fucked up. But this right here, what she's doing is she's basically justifying her as a pharmacist is overriding the opinion of the doctor. And let's be honest, being a pharmacist is an important job. I'm not shitting on the job. It is very, very important. Checking for drug interactions, right? And especially, you should, just so you know this, you should only ever have one pharmacy. And the reason why you should only ever have one pharmacy is because if you're getting some shit filled at Walgreens, and some at Walmart, and some at CVS, then there's nobody to look at all of your drugs and say, holy shit, your drugs interact with each other. Because some people, they fill their shit all over the place. It is great that a pharmacist wants to say to the doctor, as you increase dosing, you increase the capacity. No, you can use Amazon. You can absolutely use Amazon for your drugs, as long as you only use Amazon for your drugs. Because then the pharmacist, because there is no drug in the world that gets dispensed without it going through a pharmacist's approval. Yeah, so you got a 60 milligram extended release blood pressure medication. The doc moved it down to 30 milligrams. They wanted me to cut the extended release tabs in half. How again do extended release tabs work? Right, so that's when you have to say, well, isn't there a 30 milligram pill? And when the doctor says no, then the follow-up question is, then why are you prescribing me only 30 milligrams? Now, if you look at the pill, some pills are designed to be cut in half. They've actually got a split groove and you put them in a pill splitter and they're good with that. Oh, it's a capsule? Or it's a coated tablet? Gotcha. So yeah, that is where the pharmacist should be calling the doctor and saying, yeah, it's a coated tablet. That's where the pharmacist should be calling the doctor when they see the instructions and saying, this doesn't work. I won't fill this as written. Then that would be where, but this person's like, if you have medication 3 times a day, the likelihood of the patient forgetting. Yeah, but that's on the patient. We need to start putting some personal accountability on top of people. I'll be right back. Sorry, Pokey. I didn't mean to... I've used that one across the road from the doctors that I use. There's one inside the building. My doctor sends it to the other one. I've never needed to use it for myself. I think I've used them. Yeah. I went to a doctor's office that had a pharmacy attached to it. And I always said to him, no, I'm not getting that filled next door. I'll get it filled on base. And it was always funny when the prescription would change because I'm not getting it filled next door. Do I think the U.S. has natural allies? This is a great question. I like this question already. Do I think the U.S. has natural allies and natural enemies? Or do you even think something like that exists? Also in that regard, how do you view China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and NATO after all the European states finally go to 5% contribution? Okay, do I think the U.S. has natural allies? Yes, I do. I think most of Europe is our natural ally because we share the same worldviews. I think we have natural enemies, and that is Russia, China, North Korea, because we're still operating in a post-World War II, first world, third world countries. Unfortunately, first and third world countries have been changed to indicate economic prosperity instead of the idea of first world countries support capitalism, freedom, democracy, and third world countries support communism. The big problem we have is the United States citizenry looks around the world at other countries and says, why can't we have that? But that is a result of different governments. I don't think the United States looks at anything going on in Russia and saying, why can't we have that? But China lays more concrete, builds more buildings, does things faster, does things better, because they're a communist country. Because the country controls all the means of production. People talk about all the bullet trains that have emerged in China. Well, yeah, they've emerged in China because China controls all the means of production. There is, in my state, there was a independent businessman who wanted to build a bullet train from Chicago to St. Louis. And the airlines were the ones that became his enemy because he designed, planned, mapped, routed, and was going to fund a bullet train from O'Hare Airport to Lambert Field. And it would take, I believe, if I remember correctly, like 55 minutes to go from Chicago to St. Louis, which would have been fucking amazing. The problem is, Springfield then wanted a stop at Springfield because all the lawmakers wanted to be able to travel. And the designer of the train was like, you don't understand how a bullet train works. I don't get up to speed until about Springfield. And then once we get up to travel velocity, we're fucking zipping rapidly. But I gotta get up to speed. And if you make me put a stop, I'll never get up to speed. And then they're like, well, then it's useless to us. Well, the fucking politicians had somebody whispering in their ear, it's useless to you, and it was the fucking airlines. Because the airlines get to charge you a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah, you might as well take fucking Amtrak at that point. But the airlines get to charge you a ridiculous amount of money when they're moving the aircraft from point A to point B anyway. Those are hub routes. They're relocating an asset. They just want to put passengers on the plane to help offset the cost. Saudi Arabia, the United States needs to tell Saudi Arabia that you need to become the leader of the Middle East. Like we're the leader. Well, we're not the leader of the free world right now because nobody takes us seriously. Our president is such a fucking jerk off. Our president has absolutely no fucking idea what he's doing. Like, I agree with about 1 out of every 10 things he does. I agree with like 1 out of every 10 things the president does. At least 5 of the 10 I adamantly oppose. We're gonna put tariffs on everything. Thanks, asshole. Thanks for making everything more expensive. Thanks for putting a 10% tariff on bananas. And Walmart has already been proven that they've raised the cost of bananas 8% year over year. Walmart ain't gonna fucking eat that cost. You have a guy that basically, if you read into Donald Trump's teachers at the school he went to, they talk about how he was the worst student they'd ever had. Saudi Arabia needs to step up and lead the Middle East. The Middle East is never going to get solved as long as it's the Western imperial devils trying to make decisions. If Saudi Arabia came out and literally said to Israel, give us 2 days to talk to Hamas, And then Saudi Arabia looked at Hamas and said, hey, you're going to get offered a statehood in 2 days by the United Nations, and you're going to take it. And if you don't, then Saudi Arabia is like, you know what? For greater peace, Israel, roll the fuck over the Palestinians, because they don't want a country anyway. And then when the Houthi rebels start acting up, Saudi Arabia should look down at Yemen and say, hey, Yemeni government, do you want a fucking hand winning this civil war? Because you've been in civil war for 11 fucking years now, and you're disrupting trade. But Saudi Arabia doesn't want to be a leader, because that means they have to figure out a way to bring the Kurds in northern Iraq, Turkey, and Iran into the fold. Saudi Arabia secretly wants us to blow the shit out of Iran, because nobody likes dealing with Iran. They're fucking so unpredictable, right? As far as NATO, the United States has made many, many, many mistakes over the years. And one of those mistakes is we wanted to be the world cop. But the problem with volunteering to be the world cop is the phrase that comes out of 9/11, eternal vigilance is the price of freedom. The United States, and I'm sorry if you're European, and I'm sorry I'm going to hurt your fragile sensibilities, but we stayed out of World War I because it wasn't our fight and it didn't involve us, and then we had to get involved. And then we wanted to stay out of World War II because our League of Nations shit didn't work, and the American Senate fucking wouldn't ratify shit, and it was dumb. And then World War II happens, and we have to come save your ass. And let's be honest, if we're just being honest, if the United States goes to the Pacific to deal with Japan first and doesn't go to Europe, by the time we get done dealing with Japan, Europe is conquered by Nazi Germany. There is no other version of that story. There's no other version there. The only thing that stopped the Germans was us. Not saying that you didn't continue to bleed, you didn't continue to die, you didn't continue to contribute, but you didn't have enough of anything remaining that without us putting hundreds of thousands of people. If the US went to the Pacific, it would have been nukes on Berlin. No, it wouldn't have. Walk yourself through all of that. If Hitler doesn't declare war on the United States, the US goes to Japan, conquers Japan, and then Hitler says, I'd like to extend an olive branch of freedom to the United States. I've gotten rid of all the fucking dissidents in Europe. Now we're going to be one empire. And guess what the United States would have done? They would have had no choice. They would have said, yeah, cool, you run Europe. Because once we lose the beachhead, we're not winning that. Britain might not have gotten conquered. Maybe. Maybe. Probably they would have. But then after World War II, the US decides we're the youngest power. We're the only superpower. And where our mistake was is Russia was like, we changed sides. No, the United States should have rolled, the Allies should have rolled over Russia. And I'm sorry if people are Russian descent or Russian heritage, but Russia was Germany's ally and then switched sides. We should have rolled over Russia. We should have known they were going to be a problem later. Yeah, I think that the US should have rolled over Russia, and we should have never allowed the USSR to be a thing. Because that was just 50 years of global bullshit that went in the wrong direction. Now, as far as modern day, all these European countries that are going to be spending 5% of their GDP on their military are going to find out real quick, all y'all that have been talking shit about America for 25, 30 years, about why we're so backward. Well, it's because we've had to fucking be the world police. When Iraq invaded Kuwait, who did all the heavy lifting to liberate Kuwait? The United States did. It was a global coalition. Who sent more? We did. The first Gulf War, that shit was over in 96 hours. Speaking of Germany and Europe, it's so weird to see my country rearming once again. Wild times. If you told me 10 years ago, yeah, you guys are going to allocate 40% of the yearly budget to rebuilding a military, I would have called you insane. Even more so if you told me Poland is encouraging said German rearmament. Right. Because the trick here is that the Americans are just exhausted of being everywhere. Iraq, Kuwait, Afghanistan, Somalia, Djibouti. I said Somalia, right? We're just fucking tired. We're tired of having to defend South Korea. We're tired of fucking having to defend Taiwan. We're just fucking tired of it. We only rebuilt Japan. Yeah, and we rebuilt Japan because we fucking nuked them. We're in a shitty state right now because we've got a shitty leader in the United States. And as much as you don't want to admit it, and I hate to admit this, but Donald Trump is the leader of the free world. If some next level shit kicked off tomorrow, everybody would be looking at the United States to solve it. And I say this because look at Europe right now. Europe, no offense to any European countries, but Europe is too fucking puss to put boots on the ground in the Ukraine. Put some fucking boots on the ground and defend your fucking neighbor. Everybody assumed that by now the United States would have put boots on the ground in the Ukraine. We're not fucking doing it. We're not doing it. You've got like 9-10 armed countries over there that could be fighting Russia. But everybody's looking at the United States as like, what's the United States gonna do? I remember a couple of years ago, what was it, 2 years ago now? Fucking Great Britain gave like, whatever it was, $3 billion, $6 billion to the Ukraine, and they said, we did our part. And the United States is like, militarily, we've given more to Ukraine than all of you. Now, humanitarian aid is Europe's given more. Overall, the European countries have given more to Ukraine than the United States has. But militarily, we've given more. But the problem is, for what? Boots on the ground is 5 levels ahead. We are too puss to deliver enough ammunition because we wrecked our military-industrial complex for 30 years because we're always thinking U.S. got us. The one good thing Trump did is waking Europe. Yeah, and he is. Because the problem, though, is we've even said to European countries, if you give Ukraine what you have, we can backfill you. And because you're NATO countries, we have to defend you. And then Donald Trump gets up there and he says, I don't know if I would respond to an Article 5. Europe's never done it for us. You dumb fucking truck, the only time Article 5 has ever been invoked was 9/11. And every NATO ally was like, let's go fuck them up. And Junior was like, no, we're gonna go fuck them up. Thanks for permission. We went and fucked up Afghanistan. Now, we let everybody else come to the party after the initial we're fucking them up. But if you remember, we sent not 1 but 2 aircraft carriers to go fuck up Afghanistan. And the whole way there, we deliberately slow-boated that shit, because it doesn't take 30 days to get there. We deliberately slow-boated that shit, hoping Afghanistan would just go scoop up Osama and deliver him. And the day before, we literally said to him, we're gonna be in strike range tomorrow. If you don't give us Osama, we're just gonna fuck up your country. And we did. We went into Afghanistan. We fucked that entire country up. $1 trillion later. $1 trillion. Then we leave. And we leave $500 million in a... I'm sorry. We left, like, not $500 million. We left billions of dollars of equipment in Afghanistan. It's why I hate... I know this sounds egotistical, but if I got elected president, the very first thing I would do is I would say, we have no treaties with anybody. I'm invalidating all that shit. There's 2 lists. You're on our friends list or our not friends list. When people start calling me for the congratulations, I'd be like, hey, I would normally be accepting your ambassador to talk to, but why don't you roll over here? King Charles, I'm not coming. Fine, fuck you then. Back at the fucking bus, bitch. I'm gonna have a meeting of all the world leaders. Get over here. What are we doing? Hey, you owe us... We owe you $3 billion. You owe us $6 billion. It's more like we owe you $300 billion, but you owe us $600 billion. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you $300 billion because that's what we owe you. You're gonna give me a paid slip, and then you're immediately gonna give me back my $300 billion so I can shed some of this bullshit debt over here. Well, you're gonna cripple our economy. How? I'm giving you the money to pay me back so I can get rid of this fucking debt. Realize, I've studied the fucking national debt my whole fucking adult life. So much of it is just accounting shit. We could lower the national debt by calling all of our debts and then we're going to pay back the countries that we owe money to that owe us money. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sit down with the, like, if you've ever seen the Three Stooges thing, like, here's France, here's England, here's America. France owes England 50 billion. England owes America 50 billion. We owe France 50 billion. So what we're gonna do is to just clean up the fucking budgets is we're gonna say this. We're gonna get France, England, and America in a room and we're gonna say, look, France, I'm gonna give you 50 billion, but you're gonna give it to England because you owe it to England immediately. We're gonna just move it around the fucking, where's my fucking thing? We're gonna move it around the room like a poker chip. France, I give you 50 billion. France says to England, I give you 50 billion. England says to America, I give you 50 billion. Now we all get to shed 50 billion off of our fucking debts. Like, we make such a huge deal about all this fucking foreign relations, foreign aid. I got Americans fucking dying in America. I got 1 in 6 children living in poverty, but I'm sending money to fucking Israel. No offense to Israel, I don't give a fuck about you right now. I've got American children that are starving. I've got empty food banks. I've got people dying because they can't get medical care. You take care of your people, I'll take care of my people. Everybody that owes me money, give me that money. Everybody I owe money to, I'll give it to you. And yes, I understand I'm going to cripple the fucking global economy by $3 trillion, but I'm gonna rescind all these tariffs. Everyone put your hand on the $50 bill and repeat after me, your debt is paid. Right, exactly. But the globalization of debt is because people get to then leverage. And they get to say, oh yeah, this is it. This is exactly it. This is exactly the clip. This is the Three Stooges clip. This is fucking amazing.
Did you take us through how you defeated Galactus? Not yet.
Because a prescription is written technically correct doesn't mean that it makes sense.
They all owe me money. Worst break I ever had. They all owed me money.
Quiet, porcupine. And speaking of money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10 and I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20. Here's 10, I owe you 10. Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you. Good, now we're all even.
Yeah, that's accounting for you. It's fucked up. But that's where we that's where we struggle. Everybody wants to be mad about everything. They want to be mad about everything all the time. Right? And rightfully so. In some cases, there are extreme things to be angry about.
A Zimbabwean paedophile due for deportation was recently allowed to stay in the UK because a court found he might face, quote, some hostility back in Zimbabwe, apparently breaching his Article 3 rights. What about the rights of children here to be protected from this dangerous paedophile? Who's looking out for their rights? Not the government. There are thousands of cases like this involving foreign criminals. So there is a solution. We need to scrap the Human Rights Act for immigration matters so this sovereign parliament decides on the law our courts apply. But her party voted against that. So I have a simple question. Why did the government side with foreign criminals and not the British public?
Like, Britain's got their own problems right now. Right? Britain's got their own problems right now. Something like, and I'm not British, and I don't give a shit. Fundamentally, I hate your fucking country because you got like 17 names for the same fucking shit. But there's 4 million Muslims living in a country of 66 million, and like 12 of your major city mayors are Muslim. There's nothing wrong with them being Muslim, but how the fuck does that happen? How does that happen in a country that has a national religion? It's called the Church of England. Like, you literally have a Church of England, but like 10 or 12 of your mayors are Muslim. I'm not saying that Muslims can't go over there, but how did 4 million people impact a country of 66 million? I hate when people say the US will go bankrupt over debt. If anything, we would just get mass inflation. No, we will go bankrupt over debt. Panzini, I will tell you right now, we will go bankrupt over debt. Because if we continue to operate as a, if we continue to operate in a deficit and we don't ever balance the budget, eventually we will have to cut every health and human service, Medicare, Medicaid. We will have to cut the military. We have to cut the FBI, the ATF, the DEA. We'll have to cut air traffic controllers. Airlines will have to privatize air traffic control in this country. We'll have to get rid of all of them. We'll have to close the ports. We won't have ICE because at some point we will have more debt than we have income, and we will have more interest on that debt than we will have income. And this is why you need a guy like me who doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit. Look, man, we only raised 5.8 trillion in taxes last year. So the budget can only be 5.8 trillion. We can't have a $7.1 trillion budget this year because we have 5.8. Good fiscal responsibility is that expenditures don't exceed income. Now, do you think the US would be better off if you never became the world police? Fuck yeah, we'd be better off if we never became the world police. Fuck yeah. Starting off with, I just want to say this. Where's my German guy? What fucking sense did it make at all that we let Russia oversee all of Germany except half of Berlin? What the fuck sense did that make? We made stupid deals and we didn't learn anything from World War I. Fucking Russia should have never been in charge of shit. Russia should have been told, pull back to your borders. We're not pulling back to... Go back to your fucking borders. Or the 20 million fucking Russians that died is gonna be a fucking small number. The 20 million you lost to Nazi Germany is gonna be the footnote in this shit. Because I'm gonna roll the fuck over you all the way to Moscow. If we weren't the world police, we wouldn't have been in Iraq. Just so everybody knows, we've been in Iraq militarily since 1990. People are all like, well, after the first Gulf War, yeah, we weren't in Iraq anymore under Saddam Hussein. We were right there. We were in Saudi. We were in Ayudid. We were in Kuwait. And then when the second Gulf War kicked off, what was funny about it was Saddam Hussein, he was like, oh, it'll take the Americans months to gear up. We literally fucking landed some troops there, walked up to some fucking hangars, rolled the doors up, and we had fucking tanks and Humvees and ammo and rockets and bullets and beans and blankets and burritos, and we were like, we're ready to fucking rock and roll, bitch. Saddam Hussein's like, holy shit, they're already here. What, you think we took all this shit home? We left it here. We knew we'd be back. I thought bankrupt was a very specific thing. A person or business can go bankrupt. The only thing the US can do is default or print money. Well, remember, bankrupt is a very specific thing legally. But financially, bankrupt is I'm out of money. That's all bankrupt is. Bankruptcy court is what allows you to shed debt or not, what debt you can shed or what debt you can't shed. But no, you can be bankrupt as a country. We are bankrupt as a country. Didn't Russia have a larger force than the Allies at the end of the war stationed on the European front? Churchill did oppose to attack Russia, but it was decided it was too dangerous. Russia had a larger force numerically, but they didn't have a larger force through sustainment. Russia was basically, their troops weren't fed, they didn't have ammo, they were chewing on boot leather. I mean, yeah, we would have had to bleed for every inch, but we would have won. Oh, I'm gonna show this one just so that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. The Epstein files, I've got some Epstein stuff I want to talk about real quick. Show went long today, that's okay. I owe you guys some hours for my vacation. Let's listen to this one real quick.
America, where a piece of paper holds more value than a woman's testimony. What do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is everyone is focused on, we need the Epstein files. We need to know who's on this list. We need to know what they did, who they did it to, how they did it, when, where they did it, how they did it. We already know who's on the list. We already know the details of these things that happened. We just have to listen to the women. They've given their testimony. They've told you what happened and who did it and who was involved and who was associated and who collaborated and officiated these events. We know this information. But for some reason, a literal woman's testimony is held at a lower value than a paper document with names on it. Does anybody else see the problem with that, or is it just me?
It's just you, you fucking idiot. It's just you. Because, where's my... Obviously, I don't have access to the the sealed court records. I don't have access to those. But what I do have access to is the fact that they didn't testify against, they didn't give testimony against people who weren't witnesses because they can't by law. You cannot go into court and start rabbiting on because the prosecution is gonna then think that the jury is gonna get lost in and there being people that weren't there. Now, I do have some records. Jane, who is minor victim 1, it's not her name, it's her court-given name, testified that Maxwell lured her into Epstein's orbit at a young age and was being present during and participating in his abuse. Kate, who was witness number 3, detailed Maxwell inviting her to Epstein's residence and directing her to give him a sexualized massage. Carolyn, minor victim number 4, identified that she met Maxwell at Epstein's home when she was 14 and witnessed Maxwell's complicity in the abuse, even being told she had a great body for Epstein and his friends. Annie Farmer, minor victim number 2, she publicly used her full name, described receiving an inappropriate massage from Maxwell at the Epstein Ranch when she was 16, encouraged by Maxwell to massage Epstein's feet. The problem here is that the victims would have to agree to testify to other things, and it doesn't sound like the victims used in the Maxwell case had anything else about other than Maxwell and Epstein. Like, does that girl who makes the video not understand how the court system works? The prosecution isn't going to introduce other names, because then the defense will turn around and say, well, this individual is naming a whole bunch of names, but why haven't they been charged? Because remember, every single thing you say as a prosecution witness, the defense gets to pick apart. So you're not going to introduce other names. Now, as far as going to those witnesses and asking them anything, sure, ask them. And they probably did. And what they probably realized is, we don't have a good enough case to try to go after anybody else. If we had a good enough case to go after anybody else, we would. But we don't. And we shouldn't. Because that's not how things should work. Yeah, that's all hearsay. Unless that witness can say, I watched Stephen Hawking whip girls and make them do math problems, they have to testify to what they saw. And I saw this, somebody posted this. Let me bring this up again. Somebody posted this, and it's a very good tweet. Fired Epstein and Maxwell prosecutor Maureen Comley just issued the following statement. Yesterday was unexpected on my last day in the office. I was summarily fired via memo from Maine Justice that did not give any reason for my termination. Every person lucky enough to work in this office constantly hears 4 words to describe our ethos: without fear or favor. Do the right thing the right way for the right reasons. For the majority of my nearly 10 years in the Southern District of New York, the hard part seemed to be acting without favor. That is, making sure people with access, money, and power were not treated differently than anyone else. And making sure this office remained separate from politics and only focused on the facts. Fear was never really conceivable. We don't fear bad press. We have the luxury of exceptional security keeping us physically safe. But we have entered a new phase where without fear may be a challenge. If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of the tyrant, wielded to suppress independent thought instead of fear. Let this moment fuel the fire that already burns at the heat of this place, a fire of righteous indignation at the abuses of power. Now, I need to look up if she was, who I think she was. So Maureen Comey was the prosecutor. Yeah, how many times did she overcharge and plea deal as a prosecutor? She was the Diddy prosecutor. If she doesn't understand why she was terminated, then she's a tool. You put up such a bullshit case. You wasted millions and millions and millions of dollars. And you struck out. You struck the fuck out. That's why you were terminated. If she needs somebody to spell it out for, then that's why. You wasted millions of dollars. You wasted millions and millions and millions of dollars. Because you're a nepotism baby. You're the daughter of the former FBI director, and swing and a miss on most of your biggest cases. As far as Prince Andrew settled his case out of court, Prince Andrew settled he settled a civil case, which is another thing that I would like to change in America. What I would like to change in America is, number one, if you remember the OJ trial, where OJ won his criminal case, but then lost his civil case. I should not be able to be sued civilly unless I am convicted criminally. Because civil court is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil court is more likely rather than less likely. How can you say that I owe you a bunch of money for the murder of Nicole Kidman when a criminal court just said, I didn't murder Nicole Kidman, I didn't murder Kato Kalin, but now you can sue me for millions of dollars? It needs to be a flow chart. Criminal. Guilty. Not guilty. Civil. Win, lose. Civil, blocked. I do agree with you, but here's the problem. More political parties don't fix the problem. More political parties means that two minority parties on an issue can make a determination. Also, why I don't like ranked voting, because ranked voting means the first loser usually becomes the winner. I'm all for changing how things work, but I don't want ranked voting. I think the Electoral College is stupid. I also think the gerrymandering that we're trying to do right now is stupid. Fucking congressional districts should be set and locked and never allowed to change. Doesn't matter where the people move. We're going to divide the states out, and then multi-party systems work in 80% of the rest of the world. Really, they don't. That's the problem. Which country do you want to say is currently working? Because before you say like in 80% of the rest of the world, which countries are currently working? Let's not talk about 80% of the world. Let's talk about, name a specific country. They work in Denmark. Interesting. What's the population of Denmark? The population of your country is smaller than the population of the largest city in my state. It is really easy to say it works for a population of 5.9 million people. Okay? And this is where people in other countries have to recognize this. Okay, if it works in Germany too. It works in Germany, really. What are the problems in Germany right now? Last I checked, Germany is struggling as a country. So, what do you mean it works? Europe is some Shangri-La that works great. I think German citizens would say, like, I don't know if he's still here, but the German citizen who was here earlier, right? Right, all countries have issues for sure, but they get things done, they move forward. Right, but again, they're moving forward. Towards what? See, that's my point. It's easy to say America has its problems. It's great, it's easy. But, yeah, Germany had the Nazi Party within the last 100 years. I mean, I'm just saying. Germany, you don't have freedom of expression in Germany. Go goose stepping down Main Street in Germany and see what happens to your ass. Right? Every country has good and every country has bad. Being a three-party state doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get things done. Being a three-party state can equally create the same minority exploitation that a two-party system has. Remember, the problem with democracy, any form of democracy, is that all you need is 50.1% of the people. You only need 50.1% of the votes. Except in America, we have certain votes that require 2/3 majority. Republicans have power, do things 4 years, then Democrats have power and undo what they do, vice versa. Things never get done and things stand still. All things get more and more divided. Yeah, welcome to explaining Europe as well. You just explained England, France, Spain, Germany. So what's your point? See, the problem, and no offense to you specifically, but the problem I have with people, right, from Europe, yeah, it depends on how much is protected by Constitution. You cannot do everything with the 50.1% vote. I don't know each individual European countries what they need 2/3 for. But the problem with a democracy, if it's not a constitutional republic, democracy would be the worst form of government. And the reason why democracy would be the worst form of government is this example. In America, 55% of the population is white. And so if all the whites voted to kill all the blacks, well, it's democratically legal because we voted on it. Shit. Don't agree with that. With so many different parties in Germany, parties have to join forces to do stuff, find common ground. They have to do the same thing in America. Because where you're seeing, you don't understand the nuance of American politics. You're only seeing two parties. You don't understand that inside of our two parties, we have voting blocks. For example, right now in the United States, the Republicans have a majority in Congress. How many things have they actually gotten done? Not a lot. Because fringe Republicans aren't voting with them. And Democrats are voting basically along party lines. That's why certain things in our Constitution requires a 2/3 vote. And again, it's hard, and I'm not picking on you directly, but it's hard from somebody from a country of 6 million people to fathom the idea that just one of our states has 10 times the population of your entire country. But to say the two-party system is the problem, you're right, a two-party system is the problem, but countries that have more than two parties often find themselves at a roadblock because as soon as you have more than one issue, Republicans don't do much because Trump does most of their work through decrees. No. Donald Trump gets his executive orders frozen and overturned all the time. We don't have decrees in America. We don't have a king. We have executive orders. And the things the president does through executive orders are the ones that he's allowed to do through executive order. So, Article 2 of the Constitution says the president is the head of the executive branch and all the powers of the executive reside with him. But all of his nominees had to be approved by Congress. So Congress doesn't get to turn around and say, yeah, and see, that's the thing. In Denmark, they're called decrees. So no offense, but before you jump on a political show and throw barbs at America, maybe make sure you understand America. Because that's two major things you've already swung and missed at. Yeah. The problem is we have blocks in our parties. Would it be better if those blocks were different parties? Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. But we'd have to rewrite the whole Constitution. Is our government too big? Abso-fucking-lutely, it's too big. We shouldn't have 435 members of the House of Representatives. It's too many people. It's too many people. We shouldn't have senators serving for 6 years. We should have senators serving for 8 years. And then every senator seat should be the A seat or the B seat. And then every 4 years, the seat that's up for election rotates. Large nations need to be more authoritarian to keep themselves together and get things done with a reasonable amount of time. Well, the problem is our 10th Amendment prevents that. See, that's what people also forget. We're one country that's bigger than the fucking continent of Europe. But we have states the size of your countries. Our states have their own constitutions. We're a federal republic. We're a federal constitutional republic. Yeah, it is indeed executive orders. Imagine the political scientists knowing what they're called. I mean, it's a little crazy. The issue is Europeans, and remember, just for the record, I'm a dual citizen. I'm a European and an American. I'm Irish and I'm American. I'm a citizen of both. Getting ready to bail on America. It's getting a little dicey here. The problem becomes we have states' rights, which are kind of, sort of, not exactly country rights. And then we have federal laws, which are kind of, sort of, not exactly European Union regulations. Except in Europe, a member nation can ignore a regulation and pay the penalty for it. Yeah, we had a whole civil war over that. Exactly. In fact, we had a revolution and then we had an American Revolution. We had one government for 8 years and we realized that shit didn't work. And then we quietly created a new government. And really, for the most part, nobody was really the wiser. We are going to go from the Articles of Confederation to the United States of America, but we were the United States of America under the Articles of Confederation, but we're going to completely change the way the government works, and Bob the farmer is none the wiser. Why? Because our early government took a lesson from English kings, and as long as you keep the taxes reasonable, the common man does not give a shit who's running the country. But now the taxes aren't reasonable, and the common man gets all of his news through TikTok. And that's another one of our problems. People in America are good at keeping it real. Real fucking stupid. Yeah, Biden signed 162 executive orders over 4 years. Trump has issued 170. yes, we don't have presidential decrees very often. We don't have them very often. Like, one of them is the Emancipation Proclamation. Technically, Abraham Lincoln didn't have the authority to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. Technically, the Emancipation Proclamation was unconstitutional because he deprived slave owners of their property without due process. Do they require congressional approval? They don't, because they're not legal. Most of the time, they're not legal. Like, for example, Executive Order 9066 was when FDR authorized the Secretary of War to relocate and intern 120,000 Americans of Japanese descent. It was against the law. Suspending habeas corpus is against the law. You can't deprive somebody of life, liberty, or property without due process. President Trump, when he signed Executive Order 13769, where he restricted travel from several Muslim countries, they challenged that as a decree, but it's not. Because he oversees ICE. He oversees immigration. We shouldn't have any decrees. We should only have executive orders. But things that the president does that isn't confined to the executive branch are decrees, but they're not legal. They're not legally binding. But what were people going to do? Fight the federal government? Like, what was one guy going to do? Like, not free his slaves? Like, no, you gotta give me my due process. He looked around, he read the room, he's like, shit. But at the same time, right, when you see the Emancipation Proclamation, there were a lot of, after the Civil War ended, there were a lot of slaves that didn't know they were free. There were a lot of slaves getting up every day, picking the cotton, getting fed, going back to the bunkhouse and sleeping. They didn't know they were free. Why? Because who was going to tell them? We didn't have internet. We didn't have TikTok. So that's why I say all the time, I would love for England, I would love for the people of England to do the most radical fucking shit as soon as William becomes king. Yeah, most couldn't read either. I would love for the people of England, as soon as William is coronated, I'd love for the people of England, people of the United Kingdom, to say, we hereby vote to suspend Parliament for a period of 10 years and allow William to rule as an absolute monarch. Could you imagine how much fucking better England would be, the United Kingdom would be? And you give an absolute monarch 10 years where he doesn't have to go through fucking Parliament, doesn't have to fucking put up with any bullshit. He could just be like, yeah. The problem with people is they're afraid of tyranny. And they think dictator automatically means tyranny. They think that fascism automatically means the loss. It's a long shot saying we automatically be better. No, it's not. I don't think William has the capacity to be a tyrant. That would work for England. I don't think the Scots, Welsh, or Irish would accept that UK-wide. I think they would. I think they would be radically better. Absolutely radically better. Because one person can look at a situation. You don't lead by committee. Why is it in business, we already know this rule, you don't lead by committee? Do you think that when companies decide to do things, do you think the CEO is holding votes? We don't have any real good contemporary examples of this working, you're right, because all of our examples of benevolent monarchies come from before the technological era. But why are some companies able to be profitable and other companies fold? Because you have a good leader. A good leader, not just a leader, a good leader. A good leader doesn't hold a vote. CEOs would still be held accountable by shareholders, except they're not. Do you know how hard it is to call an emergency vote to strip a CEO of power? It's incredibly difficult. It's incredibly difficult to get all the pieces moving to call an emergency shareholder vote and organize all the shareholders to vote a CEO out. Because guess what? The shareholders don't give a fuck as long as they're making money, and if they're making money, why would the shareholders want to vote the guy out? Everybody was fucking pissed at Bob Iger for the last half of last year and the early part of this year. Everybody was pissed. The stock hovering around $90. If they're not making any money, but that's the point. You're changing my example to fit your narrative. I said a good leader. You think I'm upset about Bob Iger and anything Bob is doing this week? I don't give a fuck what Bob is doing this week. Bobby Boy made me $45 per share. I don't give a fuck what Bobby Boy is doing. My talking point for next week for Bob Iger, do some more whatever the fuck you're doing and get that stock to hit 130, Bobby. I don't give a fuck what you do. People don't care. As long as you make people's lives better, shit. I don't know the big problems going on in England specifically, so I'll talk about America. Say we had a fucking military coup in America and I became king. What's the biggest problem? We got people that don't have food. Well, we're gonna feed the hungry. We got people that need medical care. We have a whole fucking medical corps in the United States Department of Defense. Let's start setting up CASIVs and EMEDs in all the major cities. What's your problem? Oh, student debt. Watch this. I'll get everybody on my side in the first 10 minutes of being king. Ready? Hey, all this student loan bullshit, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cap your total student loan repayment at 15%. If you borrow $100,000, you have to pay back the $100,000 and 15 more. If you've already paid more than that, hold on to your receipts. If you haven't paid that much back, I'm hard capping it. Boom. I'll just make everybody happy. I'm gonna get a fringe group of people that are like, school should be free. And I agree with you, it should be, but we gotta fix this problem first. But I'm capping your total interest repayment at 15% of what you borrowed. That's that problem off the fucking agenda. I don't need 18 months in Congress. I just made all the fucking people with student debt happy. But you have to pay it back, yeah. I'm gonna cap your fucking student loan at 15%. So $15,000 for every $100,000 you borrow, but you have to pay it back. Or you have to get an underpaid government job, and if you work for us in inner city schools, we'll defer some of that. We'll default some of that. You got to keep paying it, but if you work for us for 10 years, we'll wipe the rest. We do it for doctors. We do it for lawyers. We do it for pilots. Let's do it for everybody. We have so many fucking regulations in this country. Good humanitarian people can't take care of the masses because we have fucking laws about who can feed the hungry and who can house the homeless. If you don't know that, you can look it up on the internet. You can get fined for giving a homeless person a fucking meal. What the fuck sort of society creates a law against feeding the hungry? One person could get rid of all that bullshit. A benevolent monarch could a benevolent dictator could get rid of all of it. Just don't be homeless. Paris, problem solved. Yeah, Paris Hilton. Why don't these poor people just buy homes? We need socialist medicine unless you're Canada and one woman dies in an ER waiting room and one person has to wait 14 months to get a brain scan for cancer when they already have spinal cancer. Yeah, you can get arrested for mowing someone else's lawn without being paid. You can get arrested. Okay, so for those of you that aren't familiar with America, this is how America is. I know. So here's my house, right? And I have some grass here. Let me get a green pen. I have some grass here, and there's grass here. There's grass here. There's grass here. Okay? This is the sidewalk. This is my driveway. So I have grass. This, we'll do that. This is the street. This is not my property. This is not my property. I do not own it, but I am required by law to mow it. It's not my property. I'm required by law to mow it, but I'm allowed by law to have my mailbox post here because it has to be against the street. So, it's not my property. I have to mow it, but I also have to put my mailbox on the street so the postal worker can do it. If my neighbor and I, because my neighbor's, let me divide this now. So this is my property line, and we have this little tiny, thing. If I mow this right here, and my neighbor's driveway is right here, and I want to make sure that the neighborhood looks nice, so I want to mow this at the same time so that the brick looks nice, so the spot between the sidewalk and the street is all one uniform length. It's not my neighbor's property, it's the city's fucking property, but if I mow it so that it's all a uniform length and it looks nice, I'm trespassing. But I'm trespassing on my neighbor's property, but the city owns it. Okay, at some point you have to say to yourself, a singleton could fix this problem. A single individual could say, that's some bullshit. If your kid is critically injured, okay, so that we can understand some bizarre law. If your kid is critically injured and taken to the emergency room without your permission can treat to stabilize your critically ill child. But if it's routine, the kid could have a broken arm, but as long as it's not a compound fracture causing bleeding, they can't even be given a fucking aspirin to help them deal with the pain. So you could perform brain surgery on my child, right? Because my child had a cranial hematoma. You could drill a hole in my kid's head without my permission, but my kid has a broken arm. You can't give him an aspirin without my permission. As the father of daughters, I lose access to my daughter's medical record as soon as she starts seeing an OBGYN. But she can go to the doctor. I can't see her records because once they have their first OBGYN appointment, they get grayed out to the parents. But she can't go to the emergency room without me for anything not related. So I can't see her medical record, so I know what the fuck is going on with my own kid. But if she comes to me with a lacerated liver, I have to take her to the ER to get treatment. And all I have to say with that is, if anybody believes, as long as we get a benevolent dictator, I would not, Trump is already a fucking fascist dictator. I think we would be better off going the other direction and having kings again, as long as we get good ones. I think George R.R. Martin was onto something. No hereditary kings. We're going to appoint a king, but then we're going to back the king. We're going to back the king up. Because right now, everybody in Europe should be worried about this. I just want you all to be worried. We're like one hot weekend away from a civil war. I'm not joking. I'm not making light. Literally in the United States, we are one fucking heat wave away from a civil war. And the other Americans will tell you, yeah, Trump is our fucking Nero. It's not a joke. This motherfucker is going to be fiddling while the empire burns. I want to remind you that if America falls into a civil war, the planet is fucked. Okay? The planet is motherfucking fucked. You got admirals in command of naval strike groups that can level countries. And that's not an exaggeration. Any one of our aircraft carriers can fuck up a whole country. We have nuclear submarines where 2 guys with keys have 24 nuclear weapons. Just want to leave it at that. I understand some of the European leaders trying to just play nice doggy. I mean, I think most of the European leaders are hoping that Donald Trump dies of eating too many Big Macs, right? Just gonna pat him on the head and say good doggy until he's out of office. But if we fall into a civil war, Canada's leaving, Mexico's fucked, the global economy, because America will be like, fuck you, we don't owe you no debt. Remember, if we have another civil war and we become another country, we're gonna be, no, Nero. He didn't mean hero, he meant fucking Nero. Nero Caesar, emperor who fiddled while Rome was burning, most likely the guy that caused the fire. Yeah, we're in some shit shape. As a planet, we're in some shit shape. We are in some really, 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 really bad shape. How would a US civil war actually begin? Well, it would work like this. Inevitably, what would happen is a governor who has control of his own military, because each one of our not each one of our governors. Yeah, if you got something you want my opinion on, I would post it. I'm getting ready to close up shop. The majority of our governors have access to their own militaries. We have National Guards in most states. What's a really, really scary thought is in my state, the governor has access to F-16s. It is one of those things that I don't know why we ever thought that we needed Air National Guards. I don't know why anybody thought that we needed to give fully armed military aircraft to the command of governors. But we have that. So remember, a civil war begins by the governor of Texas just being fucking fed up and activating his National Guard and having him do something. Trump administration requests ex-officer convicted in Taylor shooting be given 1-day prison sentence. The Justice Department filed a recommendation this week asking for a lenient ruling despite another agency recommending the officer serve up to 14 years. The Justice Department is recommending that an officer involved in the fatal raid on her apartment be sentenced to 1 day in jail. The Trump's administration recommendation comes after the state's probation office recommended last week that he be given sentenced to 11 1/4 to 14 years. He was found guilty of violating Taylor's civil rights last year for blindly shooting 10 times into the 26-year-old apartment the night she was killed by police. Donald Trump's Justice Department is recommending that an ex-police officer who shot during a botched no-knock raid serve no prison time ahead of his sentencing. She was shot and killed during the police raid in her home as plainclothes officers busted into her apartment without warning while searching for her ex-boyfriend. Her then-boyfriend believed the plainclothes officers were an intruder and opened fire on them, leading to the officers returning fire with their weapons and killing the 26-year-old hospital worker. He shouldn't have even been found guilty. He was found guilty because of racism. And this is where the problem is. He shouldn't have been found guilty. He was executing a no-knock warrant. He was an officer taking fire. He didn't open fire. He returned fire. There is no disputing the account of what happened. Officers took fire from that apartment and they returned fire. That was the one fact of the case, was the only fact of the case that needed to be. It's the no-knock warrant's fault, but I absolutely agree with that. But when you're a police officer, you're expected to assist and execute the orders you're given. Now, it's been a minute since I studied that one in depth, but I don't believe he was the only person that applied for the warrant. There is a reason why no-knock warrants are dangerous. I'll give you an example of why we sometimes need no-knock warrants. No, they were serving a no-knock warrant. No, they're not required to yell police when breaching, which they probably were after they already had breached the door. For example, if police came to my house and tried to breach my front door, when I say this, I'm not joking and I'm not exaggerating. It is going to be faster to come in through the wall between my window and my door than it's going to be to come in through my door. You will be able to rip off the siding and come through the wall faster than you will get through my door frame. If you're beating down my fucking door with a battering ram, I'm locking and loading. I know the police. I have told the police, hey, if you ever need to serve a warrant at my house, just give me a call. I'll step outside. That way you go home, I go home, everybody goes home. If you ever need to serve a warrant on me, just give me a call. Don't ever come busting in my house, because in that moment of time between you busting the fucking door in and you yelling police, the first guy is going to be having a really bad fucking day. If you bang on my door and you say, police, open up, I'm going to go to the window and I'm going to say, what do you want? We just want to talk. How many of you are there? 2. Great, then talk to each other and call my lawyer. The problem is, serving a no-knock warrant is dangerous. But here's the part that nobody wanted to address. Why are the police wrong for shooting into an apartment where they're taking fire from? Again, it's not a happy discussion. It's not a happy place. Yeah, it's so that you surprise them so they can't destroy evidence. Ideally, it's so that you can surprise them so that they can't get to their weapons. Right? Nobody wants to talk about the fact that they took fire. Why are we ignoring the fact that they took fire from the apartment? Is it tragic? Is it tragic that she died? Yes. Right? But I want to point something out to you that lets you know how fucked up this is. He would... Yeah, exactly. If you need the element of surprise to build your case because you need evidence, go fuck yourself. You don't have strong enough evidence to be bringing the warrant. That I 100% agree with. Right? I want you to recognize what he was found guilty of. He wasn't found guilty of murder. He was found guilty of violating her civil rights. Which civil fucking right did he violate? This is the bullshit. This is the bullshit that we're living with. He was fired from the police force. I find your conduct a shock to the conscience. Then Louisville Police Chief Robert Schroeder told Hankinson at the time, I am alarmed and stunned you use deadly force in this fashion. In what fashion? Taylor was shot and killed during the police raid on her home as plainclothes officers busted into her apartment without warning while searching for her ex-boyfriend. Taylor's then boyfriend believed the plainclothes officers were intruders, opened fire on them, leading the officers to return fire with their weapons and killing the 26-year-old hospital worker in the process. Again, I agree with Carthos because we're both trained in understanding the precedent. If you need a no-knock warrant to get evidence, you don't have a strong enough case to get the warrant. But if you have a no-knock warrant to apprehend a suspect, I don't have a problem. He returned fire. They did not open fire. The story isn't that they busted into the apartment, double tapped the guy in the chair, and then shot her. They busted in, the boyfriend started shooting, they returned fire, and an innocent civilian was killed in the crossfire, but the officer was only charged with violating her civil rights. Which civil right are we talking about? Yes, you should not have plainclothes officers no-knock busting in. That is what you have a SWAT team for. A SWAT team should be making initial entry. I also want to say that there's a reason why flashbangs exist. And if you've ever been near a flashbang when it goes off, it sucks balls, okay? Like, nobody likes to play with flashbangs. They're cool to throw, flashbangs, the fucking ringing in your ears. Yeah, that charge is basically the bare minimum. That charge is a bullshit charge. You couldn't make a case for murder. You couldn't make a charge for manslaughter. You couldn't make a charge for reckless homicide. So you charged with violating civil rights. It's like, as much as I hate the guy, yes, I've experienced flashbangs many times. Many times. Because the bad guys have them too. As much as I dislike Donald Trump, what he did wasn't 34 felony counts. I'm glad that all that shit was tossed. Right? Because he was found guilty on 34 counts of 34 felonies, except the case they made against him was such bullshit that they charged him with a felony for every payment to the guy who paid the hush money. But the only reason why it would have been a felony was if it was campaign finance fraud, and the statute of limitation for that had expired. Yes, both parties are trying to weaponize the judiciary. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he fired blindly into the home. If you, and help me out here, you've never served in the military. You've never served in law enforcement. When you are taking fire, there are two types of fire. There's fire intended to kill, and there's suppressive fire. When you're being shot at, you are going to normally have to fire blindly to make the person shooting at you take cover. You are going to lay down suppressive fire so that you can position for when they pop their head up again for a kill shot. This is why, unfortunately, it sucks that we have guns in America. It sucks that our houses in America are made out of fucking paper. Okay? But the problem is, and you should be aware of the background of your target. You should be. You should be. There wasn't anyone shooting at them until after they entered. Yeah, no shit, dude. What the fuck are you on about? They entered on a no-knock warrant, which gives them the legal authority to enter without announcing themselves. And then the fucking boyfriend in the apartment started shooting at the cops. What the fuck part of your brain doesn't work so that you can follow the timeline of events? They had the legal authority to enter. The boyfriend began illegally shooting at the police because he thought they were intruders. What is confusing to you there? These are not the facts of the case that are in dispute. Nobody disputes what happened. Should they have entered as plainclothes officers? No. What do you think would have happened if SWAT had entered? Would it have been the same? Would it have been different? You're talking about a guy that chose to shoot at people coming in the front door. You're just happy you're not a US citizen and living there in the first place? I got a question for you. Why does everybody hate on America? And I mean this in a serious statement. If America closed its fucking borders like the rest of y'all countries do, we wouldn't have the problem we have. We would immediately offload 70 million people. I want people to rationalize this number for a second. We would immediately offload 70 million people. Your borders are closed. Bullshit. Yes, they are. Denmark, people can just cross your border and live there and you don't kick them out? Shit, man. In your country, your local police deport people. In your country, people can't just fucking walk in and stay. Your police dump them off. What are you talking about? Your borders are fucking closed. What do you mean your borders aren't closed? In fact, you are one of the most restrictive European countries. You literally turn away people seeking asylum. So, what do you mean your borders aren't closed? See, open borders means you don't stop anybody from coming there. Cross the border, come on in, no fucking visa, no work thing, no proof of finance, just literally roll in. Right? Oh yeah, Denmark has implemented various measures designed to make the country less attractive for asylum seekers, including strict conditions in detention centers and police aimed at seizing assets. No, it's not very easy to go to Denmark. This is what I want you to resonate. I am an EU citizen. I am a dual citizen. I have looked all the fuck around. Yeah, you can visit Denmark for 90 days without a visa. What happens on day 91? Do they just wait? No, your country goes and finds the people that haven't registered as leaving. Open borders means people don't need a visa. They can just move there, buy a house. You have one detention center for a fucking country of 6 million people. Just looking up some stuff. You only have 652,000 immigrants. You have 652,000 immigrants. Hold on, I'm looking up something. Here's what's funny when people don't even know their own country. Ready? You said you only have one detention center. Well, there's one. There's one. And here's 2 deportation centers. Your cops can pick people up and take them to a detention center. So when you say you only have 1 detention center, you have at least 6, but I have to dig into these other 2 that I can't pronounce. In America, half of our cities, half of our people don't even take illegal immigrants to detention centers. So could you please, before you like shit on my country, can you please know your own? Like, is that too big of an ask? You're like, we only have 1 detention center. No, that proved to be false. If you don't have papers in Denmark, your police drop people off at the detention center to process for deportation, which isn't a bad thing. That's a good thing. Also, wasn't there just a vote? Because I'm looking at, I'm sorry, I didn't have a Denmark specific. But by every measure, which one? What is that? I don't even know which. Okay, so you posted something different than what I posted. So I only posted detention centers. I don't know why you don't know your country, but I just pulled up I pulled up Denmark detention centers. And you said this is a prison and not a detention center, but I don't even recognize that as one of the ones I posted. So you're gonna have to help me out. Which one are you referring to? Because it's listed as a deportation center. That's a prison, not a detention center. In the U.S. context, executive orders and presidential decrees are both directives. Yeah, you posted the wrong thing. Which one specifically? Ellenbeck? Because if it's if it's the one ELLE, that's a detention center for the rejected asylum seekers. And I don't know why you would argue this, because it's literally what's on. It's literally how they rate it. Like, I didn't make it up. That's what they call it. Okay, which one? Yeah, that is a prison with a specialized unit for immigration detainees. So the one you're saying is just a prison. It literally has a specialized unit for immigration detainees. So how is it, if they have a wing for immigration detainees, how is it not involved in the process? You literally have 5 locations in your country that have either specialized, they are only for deporting people, deportation centers, or they literally have units for immigration detainees. Like, we don't even have that. We have county jail, we have state prison, and then we have separate facilities. Okay? Didn't you have a law passed in Denmark that allows authorities to relocate asylum seekers to centers in third countries outside? No, it's not about, see, look at how flippant you become. Isn't it amazing that when you get challenged about your own country, you immediately become passive aggressive and you say the USA is a great country? Of course, every single prison. Oh, so now look at what you said. You said every single prison is going to, so first it was we only have 1 facility. I proved that was wrong. And then you said this is only a prison, which I proved you wrong. I think it would behoove you to know your own country first. Because you've thrown a lot of shit about America out there. And I don't think there's anything, I wouldn't think there'd be anything wrong if Denmark had 50 fucking detention centers. It's not semantics. When anybody ever throws out this semantics, it's splitting hairs on words. Words fucking matter. Words have meaning. If words don't have meaning, law doesn't have meaning. It's funny though, because your response was to say all these bad things about America, and I don't think that what your country is doing is wrong. I think what your country is doing is fucking great. I think having strict immigration policies is fucking great. You're like, oh, my country has open borders. No, the fuck it doesn't. Your country literally relocates asylum seekers to third country locations, which I think is fucking amazing. I don't think that's bad. You're like, oh, I got to defend my country because this American is saying bad things about my country. I'm fucking applauding your goddamn country. I wish my country would do that shit. I wish our local police could scoop up people and drop them off at the detention center. Our local police cannot. State level police cannot pick up somebody on an immigration charge. Your police can. That's fucking amazing. Imagine how much faster it would be if we could get everybody back to the fucking country they needed to be in. That's fucking great. I'm happy I'm not, yeah, but that's not, see, you're saying all I said is, but that's not the point I'm talking to. My other question for you is this, and I'll say this, as big of a shithole as America is, why does everybody try to come here? If America was so fucking terrible, why do fucking Europeans try to come to America? And when you can answer that question, I'd love to hear it, because everybody's trying to come here. Right? You have 10% of your population is immigrants. Right? Everybody does not try to come to the United States? Really? You have 652,000 immigrants and change living in your country, right? .5% of our country. 1 in 5 people in America is a foreigner. You have 10% of your country. 10% of Mexico deals with more illegal immigration technically than the United States does, but that's not their final destination. America is. Mexico gets all the Central American people. Canada deals with a lot. America is a land of immigrants. Don't get it. Nobody is native there. Well, there's lots of people that are native there. I think the Native American tribes would disagree with you. But see, the problem is when people are saying, I'm not trying to go there. Yeah, you're not trying to come here. 1 in 5 people in America is an immigrant. 1%, doesn't matter if they're 1%. There were a lot more of them until we gave them blankets covered in fucking smallpox. I mean, we can't turn it. No, Kim, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. 1 in 5 people in America is an immigrant, and that's not counting the transient tourists. That's the point. Denmark wouldn't survive as a country. Yes, the Native Americans came from Asia, rad dude. They came across the land bridge. Fucking God's sake, don't be fucking stupid and go after the other history major in the channel. Because I have to appear to be nice. Karthos will give you a real ass whipping if you go after him and challenge him on his facts. He will fucking destroy you. He doesn't have to be at least the appearance of nice to you. He's the other history major who keeps me honest. Yes, that is why when you look genetically, Asians and Native Americans are fucking the same genetically. That's why appearance-wise, they're very similar in appearance. So, anyway, Kim's mad because I'm congratulating her country on having good immigration. I'm being told that Denmark doesn't have the immigration policies that it does. I think it's fucking hilarious that they voted by an overwhelming majority to fucking vote people out of the country, right? On January 25th of 2023, Denmark announced that it was pausing its controversial plan to outsource asylum proceedings to fucking Rwanda. Kim, your country voted, ready? Your country voted 70-20 to export your fucking asylum seekers to Rwanda. But tell me again that your borders are open. I think the fact that you had a plan to outsource asylum seekers to fucking Rwanda, that ain't even on a fucking continent. Yeah, the same Rwanda, fucking famous for genocide. Like, I want people to see this. But it didn't happen. But they still voted to fucking do it. Right? They still fucking voted to do it. That, right. And I get that. But you're missing the point. Your country decided. They actually voted to do this. And then they suspended it. Okay? Your country believes in such strict immigration laws, they wanted to fucking yeet people to a whole nother continent. Right? A whole different fucking continent. And not even one of the good ones. Shit. You've been to fucking the middle of Africa? I don't go to the middle of Africa without a fucking whole army battalion with me. They're like, we'd like you to go down where to fix medical equipment. We'd like to, no, fuck that. No, that's a volunteer assignment. You want me to go to some fucking Kenya to fix medical equipment? How many army guys are coming with me? No, just you. Oh, fuck no. We would make them safe there. Of course you would. But you have open borders. So that's what's interesting. See, this is why you gotta know your own fucking country. Your country doesn't have open borders. You go find people, which isn't a bad thing. It's a great thing. Every country should do this. Every country should do this. Every country should let people in to come visit, and if they stay over their intended visit time, they should literally go find them and kick them out. Because we can't fix the problem in this country until we put everybody back into their country. Would you say that we should send Iranians back to Iran? Yeah. 90% of the country hates the political leadership. Overthrow them without our help. We got to sit this one out. We already did that shit once in Iran. It didn't work out for the world. We're going to sit this one out. 90% of you hate 10%. Even their, I don't know if you saw this. I don't have it queued up. Fucking people in Iran, military members in Iran, have been letting Mossad know where the leadership is so Mossad can assassinate them. Because the average ordinary person in the Iranian military wants to go home to their family. But if we allow 700,000 Iranians to come to America, that's 700,000 less people in Iran fighting to change the regime. I don't know why somebody would say shit like, my country has open borders, when you don't. And there's nothing wrong with that. You guys allow, according to Google, Denmark's fuck's sake. Yes, I can drive across the fucking border because there's no wall there. That's not the open border we're talking about. I can drive across the fucking border of all of fucking Canada. It's an unsecured border. It's against the law, but I can do it. I'm not talking about closing a border with a fucking wall. I'm talking about the philosophical closed border where if I just show up in Denmark and I don't cross at an entry control point and then I get arrested, they're going to say, Mr. Jalan, When did you show up in Denmark? And I'm going to say, oh, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago. And they're going to say, how did you get here? And I'm going to say, I walked across the fucking border. I was just backpacking and I just walked across. And they're going to say, Mr. Jalan, do you know that you committed a crime? And I'm going to say, no, because Kim told me your borders were open. And they're going to say, who said that? That's the problem. We're talking about emigrating legally. Yeah, I was looking for a good restaurant in Hamburg and I just kept walking. It is for sure hard to get. Thank you. Thank you for finally getting to the point. I'm glad. Shaka, his eyes unfurled. I'm glad that you got to the point. Denmark does not allow you to become a citizen there. That's what we're talking about, open borders. We're talking about emigration and immigration. I salute Denmark. You're a country of less than 6 million people. It's fucking amazing. Life in Denmark is good. Medical care is good. Well, kind of. A person from Denmark recently told me you guys don't have completely free health care. You pay for a lot of shit, but it's of small cost. You can go to school for free. That's fucking great. Before Iran, the world needs to stop the Gaza massacre. Yeah, nobody disagrees with that. Pretty much every person who follows my channel agrees that Israel is committing war crimes. Everybody in the channel also agrees Israel had the right to defend itself, but that kind of went out the window when they've killed or wounded like 50,000 children. So, if everybody just had to go back to the country they're from, things would be great. Things would be amazing. Then we can fix those countries. Unfortunately, Chester, and we can pick this up again on Monday, because I'm already 2 hours over, but I went long. Yes, that's not open borders. Exactly. Thank you for the story that proves you don't have open borders. An English citizen married to a Danish woman, been in Denmark for 20 years. He drove 10% too fast over something. Citizenship declined. He can apply in 5 years. That's fucked up. That's not open borders. Yes, that is how it should be. That is how it should be. Now, maybe what should have been is that it should have been easier for him to get his Danish citizenship because he's been there for 20 years. That's a different story. Now, as far as back to Chester, I am always about talking about Israel and Gaza. I'm always about talking about Israel and Gaza. I just didn't have anything major to talk about today. I mean, I could have been like, Israel doing more shit, killing more kids, no peace. I mean, it would have been the same 5-minute segment. I will be back tomorrow for video games. It's my last video game show before I go on vacation. And then I'm here Monday. And then after Monday, I'm gone for 10 days. So what I will say is this. Stock up on canned food and shotguns if you're an American, because the last 2 times I've gone on vacation, the world has gotten progressively worse. I do apologize, but I'm going to be in the Disney bubble and nothing bad ever happens there. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting paid.